Oh, that was left up here. All right, it's 6 o'clock, so I think we're going to start the meeting. If you would please go ahead and start with the your stuff.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. Just a few items before we get started. Please silence your cell phones to minimize distractions during tonight's meeting. When the chair calls for public comment on an item, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Virtual participants should use the raise your hand function to indicate they wish to speak during public comment. Once your name is called, please unmute and turn on your camera to provide your comments. The primary format for accessing or participating in this meeting is in person at City Hall. Virtual access to view or participate in the meeting cannot be guaranteed. The chat function will not be monitored, and if you have any trouble, the meeting can be viewed on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. With that, I'll turn the meeting back over to the chair.
All right. This is a full house. This is exciting. For those of you who are hard of hearing, I've heard a good tip is you can actually hear better outside than you can in here.
Or on that side of the room.
Yeah, or on this side. So I just want to get that out there now. If you guys want to swap seats or move around, go ahead. Let's go ahead and begin with receiving communications from other commissions, State Historic Preservation Office.
Do roll call.
Oh, roll call. Stan?
Here.
Commissioner Klein?
Here.
Commissioner Cunningham?
Here.
Commissioner Dearborn?
Here.
Commissioner Coleman is absent. And Commissioner Buchanan here. Now receive communications?
Yes.
Okay.
You do have several communications in your packet this evening. We have taken those communications and put them with the agenda item. All of them were associated with agenda items on your public hearing agenda items, and so those communications are there. Just want to make sure you're aware that the packet was updated this afternoon, so there may be things on there that you haven't looked at. So when you get to those agenda items, you may want to scroll down and scroll through.
What time did the update occur?
I believe it was about 2 o'clock.
Disclosure of ex-parte communications? Anybody?
I should disclose ex parte communication in attending the public comment related to public agenda item number 1 and just kind of personal conversation with people with strong opinions on that.
On the historic survey?
I'm sorry, public hearing item number 2, HRC 260039 for the park.
Okay. All right. Declaration of abstentions?
So I am going to abstain from discussion on item 1, the University Place survey, and we'll sit in the audience and see how it goes.
Okay. Are you also going to abstain from?
Oh, yes.
6?
Well, of course. Yes, I am. Number 6 as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, committee reports?
So this is exciting. If you recall, when we did your calendar last fall, we started a new process where we did a calendar for the Architectural Review Subcommittee so that all those dates are done on a yearly basis. The time and the location is published with that yearly calendar. And part of this new process, instead of just doing the oral report back to the Historic Resources Commission, we will be submitting brief action summaries. And if there are final approved drawings that show what the outcome of the ARC was, so that the commission has those as well and can ask questions of the ARC if they have them. So you have your first one on this evening. It is a brief memo about 1420 Crescent, the KU Entrepreneurship Hub, and the final drawings are attached to that report. And the brief summary of the meeting, it went very fast. They came in, answered all the questions that the commission had at the public hearing. We talked about a few items, the main one being the tower and then the corner. And Stan, do you have anything to add to that?
Nope.
And I think it turned out really well.
I like the corner treatment. Good job. Okay. All right. So moving on to consent agenda. Item number 1, receive and amend or approve the action summaries minutes from the Historic Resources Commission meetings held July 17th, August 21st, September 18th, October 16th, November 20th, and December 18th of 2025. Oh, and January of 2026. Does anybody have questions about any of that? Any changes? No? Is there a motion?
I'll move for approval.
Is there a second? Okay, I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those oppose? Passes unanimously. Item number 2, consider confirming the attached design review applications which have been administratively reviewed and approved by staff. Does anybody have questions on those?
I think I'm good, but I'm just double checking my notes.
I don't really have a question. I guess I'm just curious on the first one that's in the packet, 735 New Hampshire, and curious why that one fell into staff review rather than coming to HRC.
Because there were really minimal building changes being made to the front facade based on a historic photograph, and the interior had already been significantly altered, so there were no questions with that. And this is a tax credit project, and
okay.
so staff reviewed it in conjunction with the SHPO review.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. Is there a motion?
I will move to approve the consent agenda.
Yep, I'll second that.
I think the motion is approve the design review.
Okay, I'll motion to approve the attached design review applications that have been administratively reviewed.
Still seconding?
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those oppose? No one. Passes unanimously. Is there any public comment that's not related to anything on our agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the public hearing items.
Your first public hearing item this evening is a presentation from Hernly and Associates on the Historic Resources Survey for the University Place neighborhood. If you recall, back in 2024, the city received a Historic Preservation Fund grant to do the survey of that neighborhood. As part of that process, the Lawrence Preservation Alliance worked with the city and requested that the city commission create a moratorium on demolition in the neighborhood as described by the grant until the final report was submitted to the Historic Resources Commission. So that report is being submitted to you this evening as their final presentation for the project. Next steps will be a meeting with the State Historic Preservation Office to get their comments on the report. A final report will be made at that time, and then the project will be closed out. And so they have had several public meetings. I hope you had a chance to notice some of those or even go to some of those. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Hernly Architects.
Hello, I'm Megan Brewery. I'm a project. Oh, I think maybe I can hear myself talking, so I'll just ignore that. I'm Megan Brewery. I'm a project designer at Hernly Associates and one of the consultants on the project. We did send a presentation in this afternoon. I don't know if that is going to be pulled up or if I need to share my screen. Oh, perfect. Okay. I think Emma's also in the room, present. Yeah. So anyways, I'll go ahead and present. So we did the historic resources survey for the University Place neighborhood. If you can scroll to the next slide, please.
Oh, hold on, sorry. Okay, choose the arrow keys at the bottom. There you go.
Perfect. Okay, so this is a map of the survey area. It basically includes all of the University Place neighborhood as defined by the Lawrence Atlas. So West 19th Street is the southern boundary, and then Sunnyside Avenue is the northernmost boundary, and it basically follows Edge Hill Road around on the east side, then down Louisiana, and then on the west side it kind of comes up and cuts through a bunch of streets. But anyways, that's the survey area. All of the little purple and blue dots are the resources that we surveyed for a total of 241. We took photos of all of these buildings, all from the right-of-way. I just wanted to note that the University Place Neighborhood Association has been pursuing this survey for 10 years, so it's great that this is finally being accomplished. And then in terms of history of the neighborhood, it was greatly developed by KU. Many of the houses were built for professors and students, or people that worked for the university. And then there was a lot of interest in developing a trolley car route for the university, and so that really helped begin the platting of University Place addition. So that's just some background information about the survey. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. So as I mentioned, we surveyed a total of 241 resources. 215 of those resources were historic residential based on age, so meeting that 50-year age or older. These would be like single-family residences. There were some multifamily houses as well. There were 25 non-historic resources and then one historic commercial building on the corner of Louisiana and 19th. Just for a little bit more information, like I said, there was a couple multiple family dwellings. Those were primarily on the west side of the neighborhood, down Missouri and Arkansas Street. There were two University of Kansas buildings, so those were a sorority and a fraternity up on Edge Hill. And then one utility was also in the survey area, and the rest, like I said, were all single-family homes. So in terms of construction dates, they range basically 150 years, they represent 150 years of residential development between the oldest building being constructed in 1874 and the newest buildings being constructed in 2024. The largest decade of growth in the neighborhood was from 1920 to 1929, with 63 buildings in the survey area constructed during that decade. You can see kind of, it's like a bell curve basically, with 1920s as the high point, and then kind of, the 1910s were a little bit less than that, and the 1930s were a little bit less than that, until, you can see it kind of tapers off into the future, essentially. So. And then we also looked at architectural styles of the different houses. There are a total of 18 distinct styles within the University Place neighborhood, with the most popular style being the Craftsman Bungalow. There were 62 houses that we identified with that style. And the second most popular was the minimal traditional style with 41 houses. And that's going to be more represented by like the 1930s and 1940s, that later later time period. Other styles in the neighborhood were colonial revival, national folk, a couple of ranch houses, and some Tudor revival houses among the others. And so in addition to construction dates and architectural styles, we also looked at the condition and integrity, historic integrity of these buildings. And basically in historic integrity boils down to whether the building is eligible, whether we think that the building is eligible for a listing on a state or national register. We found that a majority of the houses were not eligible for listing, but there were 30% that we found could be contributing to a historic district, and then 8% could be listed individually. And then there are 3 houses that are already listed in the neighborhood. And some of the factors that caused houses to not be eligible for listing were replacement siding, replacement windows, porch alterations, or non-historic additions to the building. And so this is the map again. Now I can kind of talk more about what the different colors mean. So if it has a blue X, that's representing that we didn't think that it would be eligible for listing, possibly for one of the reasons I mentioned before, or maybe the building hadn't reached the 50-year age mark. That's considered historic by the Historic Society. Blue check mark means that we felt the building could be eligible as contributing to a historic district. If it has a purple house, we felt it could be eligible individually. And then the orange stars are the 3 houses that are already listed. And so when we were working on our recommendations for the survey, we're basically looking at the purple bubbles, trying to find a high concentration of purple bubbles to provide a recommendation for a district listing. So I think that's the next slide. Yes, perfect, thank you. We have one historic district as a recommendation. It could either be a state or national register district, and it has 2 options for boundaries. So we'll look at an East University Place boundary and then a Mississippi Street boundary. And then we also found that there were 17 individually eligible properties, and I'll have a list of those later in the presentation as well. So the first potential boundary is the East University Place district. It's basically the east half of University Place, from West 19th Street all the way to Sunnyside Avenue, with the west boundary being the alley west of Mississippi Street, and then the east boundary being Louisiana Street. It encompasses a total of 109 resources, with 53 contributing, or 53 that we identified as contributing, and 56 that we identified as non-contributing. That's not typical of historic listings. Usually, SHPO, the Historic Society, wants to see a higher percentage of contributing buildings. But the goal for this recommendation was to basically encompass more properties, more property owners, so that if people in the neighborhood wanted to rehabilitate their houses, they would be eligible for tax credits if they wanted to go that route. And so within that count, we identified 12 buildings that had, I think generally it was replacement siding, or maybe it was siding that was applied over historic siding. So we think that those 12 could become contributing through rehabilitation, which leads to the best case of 65 contributing and 44 non-contributing. So that is the East University Place district boundary. And now we'll look at the Mississippi Street district boundary, which basically just comprises all of Mississippi Street within the neighborhood. We'll look at that breakdown. It's a total of 41 resources, with 24 that we identified as contributing and 17 identified as non-contributing. And then this is the list of the 17 individually, potentially eligible individually for historic listing. So these could be listed by themselves because generally for architecture, or their significance in architecture, we felt like they were good examples of their style and retained much of their historic characteristics. So next steps would be, I guess, as Lynn mentioned, meeting with SHPO to kind of talk about these recommendations and see whether they agree. if there is a potential for historic listing, we would hope that the neighborhood association would request the city to apply for grant funds. Typically that's done through the HPF grant at SHPO. There are other ways to fund it, but we think that that would probably be the best route. And then also in the report, we had mentioned that the neighborhood could possibly consider neighborhood design guidelines. So I just wanted to mention that as well before I am done talking about our survey, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Open it.
Y'all have questions for them and then open it up for public comment.
So have you had meetings with the neighbors since you've done the survey to find out their thoughts on the east or the west side districts?
We haven't met with them. We had a presentation where we shared that information with them. I was on over Zoom, so there may have been more conversation that happened after the presentation. I didn't get a very good feel for what the room was thinking in terms of what they preferred. Emma, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't think that there was much discussion afterwards about what district they preferred.
And I think,
Thanks.
I think part of that was, it was all new information. They didn't have like a copy of the information you got this evening. So part of that next step for staff will be to make sure they all have a copy of that. We'll do another neighborhood meeting and discuss if they want to move forward. If they do want to move forward, how do they want to move forward? How do they plan on financing it? All those kinds of things. So staff will continue to work with the neighborhood on next steps.
Got some questions about, have you talked to SHPO about going after, the multi-property listing with those ratios? They usually favor.
Sorry, can you finish that last part? I didn't mean to interrupt.
I thought they usually favor at least 60% as the cutoff for eligible properties to create a multi-property or district listing.
I think that they've moved away from the 60%. Last time that I worked on a district nomination, it was closer to, I think it was a little bit less than 60%. It really is more like, I think, basically 51 versus 49, I think is kind of, that they've become a little bit more, they take into consideration more factors than just the numbers, I guess,
Okay.
if that makes sense. Yes. Like what takes up area in the neighborhood or district.
Okay.
We haven't talked about a multiple property documentation form. There is one that already exists for Lawrence. We didn't talk about doing one specifically for University Place.
Okay, so it would be a district
Yeah.
or two.
We recommended one district with two potential boundaries, one that had a greater percentage of contributing resources and one that had less percentage of contributing resources but included more properties. So I guess that would be a continued conversation with SHPO to see how they feel about that, those different boundaries options.
Yeah, and just to let you know, you are seeing this before the SHPO, so you can make comments if you want to. They will look at the proposals from the consultants and say, this is not going to work, this might work, we're going to have to do some more research. Their contract is over at that point, so then it falls back to the commission and staff to figure out with the neighborhood, based on SHPO response, what the next step will be.
Okay. But that's for the historic listing. So let's say, for whatever reason, they're not favorable, but the neighborhood still wants to seek design guidelines as an overlay. What's and maybe you can answer this, kind of the average going cost for doing design guidelines at this scale?
Well, there would be a lot of factors involved in that, because if you do a simple set of design guidelines for, say, a district like the Old West Lawrence National Historic District, very similar properties, very similar setbacks, lots of cohesiveness in that. If you do one like what we did with the Oread neighborhood, where you end up having 6 districts within one overlay and they all have specific guidelines, that gets a lot more expensive.
Right.
So there again, when you take this to the SHPO and then you sit back down with the commission and staff and the neighborhood, and we say, okay, you know, what's this going to cost, and do we want to do that, or do we want to do this? Do we want to spend 2 years fundraising so we can do that? You know, so those are all conversations we'll have.
Perfect.
So is there still the possibility of doing one University Place Historic District divided into 2 portions, like Oread, similar to Oread?
It would not be a historic district. What we could look at doing is an urban conservation overlay district, which is what we did with Oread.
I see, okay.
And that's where the design guidelines come in.
I'd like to make a quick comment. I just want to thank Megan for her presentation and the proposal it does. It's very thorough. One quick thing I wanted to share is that the editing comments on the report that was submitted are still there. So before it goes up to the State Historic Preservation Office, you might want to just double check those and remove those. But that's my only comment until it comes back.
I enjoyed seeing them, though. Yeah, this is a lot of work. I commend you guys, and I was thrilled that you worked with university students to get the manpower. It's exciting. It's been a long time coming. So is everybody clear kind of what the results are and what the potential outcomes could be? And I mean, we're
Well,
going to
it
hear
sounds
again,
like that
but-
we're going to be, that some of our members may be meeting with the neighbors to get feedback from the neighbors on what, after they've had a chance to read and study the whole report.
Absolutely.
Okay. I would be interested in helping on that since I'm a neighbor down south.
Okay. If there's no more questions for the applicant, we will open it up for public comment.
Good evening. My name is Samuel Carter, 66046. Couple questions. I noticed it said that there were 5 public meetings. I was just wondering what constitutes a public meeting, if it's a meeting with members of the public, or if the whole entire public's invited, or if it's if a meeting that is by invite only considered a public meeting. I mean, I have a lot of thoughts in general about the survey, kind of how it came to be, the process behind that, but also the history of the neighborhood and the history of exclusion in this neighborhood, and the history that we build through this process. And gosh, how I got into this is kind of a long story, and I won't really bore you with the details, but basically I was looking at the history of parking requirements in Lawrence, and once you start scratching the surface of parking requirements, so much is revealed. And a lot of it are things that I think that people are like ashamed about, or it can be very triggering for people. So I think the impulse is to just like push it away and just like pretend things didn't happen. So I'll give you an example. So in this, in the 1999 South Lawrence survey, it had a section on neighborhood development, and I read, in Lawrence, 8 subdivisions platted between 1920 and 1945 reflected new forms that merged in the 19th century upper-class romantic suburban designs with the planned neighborhoods of the early 20th century. Restrictive covenants, which been used for a long time, but they're specifically, restrictive covenants preventing the sale of property to ethnic and religious minorities came into widespread use nationally and were not outlawed until 1948. Developers also began to set standards relating to lot sizes, street frontage, house dimensions, placement of outbuildings, architectural styles, and other landscape features. And all those things are true, but it kind of gives the impression that it was just a developer, racially restrictive covenants were just developer initiated, when in Lawrence and in this neighborhood, they were community driven. There are racially restrictive covenants on every single block of University Place, the original one. And there's a history behind that as well. But that history is important to I think it's important to Lawrence overall. And if we pretend that it didn't happen, I just think that it does a disservice to our understanding of just like what happened in the 20th century. Like, why was there urban disinvestment? Why was there suburbanization? Why were there parking requirements that mandated that you build giant parking lots and tear down buildings? So I just think, I don't know, there's, if the district is, created eventually, it'll mean much harder to build more housing for more people. In some sense, the legacy of exclusion, though legal, may continue. So, thank you.
Thanks. Just to be fair, Lynn, do you want to answer the question about what constitutes a public meeting?
And I will let the design team talk about that. We had a very robust educational system with this grant. The Historic Sites Board of Review actually added additional funds so that the Lawrence Preservation Alliance could work on public outreach that hopefully can be used in future surveys when we're doing these types of activities. And so they were, and Joni, you may need to correct me on this, they were published, some of them in the newspaper, some of them were email blasts from the city. The Lawrence Preservation Alliance put it in all their newsletters and on their website. University Place neighborhood sent it to all the people that take part in that neighborhood association. A couple of them had flyers. So it wasn't limited to a very restrictive set of addresses. It was open to the general public.
I remember seeing it on social media too. So it was, each one was very publicly advertised, from what I can tell. Okay.
And you may want to get Lawrence Preservation Alliance to talk a little bit about the public engagement. Do you mind? Lawrence Preservation Alliance gracefully stepped up to the plate and provided the required match for this project because the city did not have it. And so that is why they helped with the public engagement for the project.
Yeah, we had been talking with the city staff for some time about the possibility of trying to capture some public engagement materials about what goes into making a historic district, what the potential tax credit benefits may be, what some of the restrictions might entail, and those sorts of things, so that because as you all will recall, we had leaned on this group in the past to try to come up with a schedule of additional surveys into the future to try to get as many of the older properties in the city surveyed as possible. And what we wanted to do was have materials that would make it easy to do neighborhood sort of meetings on this. So we did, and we've got a pretty good set of materials now. Some of the stuff was actually recorded on Zoom, so we've got access to it. But we've got PowerPoint slides and speaking materials that we can use or hand off to somebody else to do the presentation. And that was our contribution to the to the required match that the state required in order to get the grant, is that we'd do the spade work on that, and then we'd make it available. And we have talked with Lynn about the possibility of putting this up on the HRC's website. We intend to put it up on the LPA's website and make it available to the state preservation lines as well, so that they've got, there's no reason to keep any of this stuff a secret, and we don't have enough intellectual property value in it to keep other people from going ahead and using it if they think they'd find it useful.
Thank you so much.
And I think there were some really great educational opportunities, like, for example, while the survey is the first step, it's a very beginning first step. And for this first step, this consultant didn't do the research that's going to be required to do a National Register nomination, if that's the decision of the neighborhood to try to move forward with that. That's the point where you get into the history of the specific neighborhood. It associates itself with the Lawrence thematic nomination, using those information on what should be in Lawrence on the National Register. It includes things like Mr. Carter was talking about restrictive covenants and how they were used and what the climate was and those kinds of things. I know when we did the Breesedale Historic nomination, we actually used, they had a huge billboard at the corner of 23rd and Mass with advertising their restrictive covenants. And so there was a nice section in that nomination talking about that and about the Lawrence community with those types of things. So that's where all the history gets done, and also some additional information about the architecture, more a dive in trying to find architects that may have designed some of the builders that we might be able to track down, those kinds of things. So that comes with the second step if they decide to move that way. We do have surveys, and they are in KHRI, and some are in binders at the library in Watkins, where this is it. It stops here. The neighborhood says it's not what we thought it was going to be. We don't want to do anything else with it. And so we have all that information available for you. If you'll notice in the past, when you're reading your staff report, a lot of times it'll have a link to the KHRI file that gives the information about the property. So you can use that information in your decision-making process.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. Is there any other public comment?
I don't see any hands raised online.
Okay. Is there any other comments, questions, discussion? Anybody? We're good to go?
Is this something, excuse me, is this something that we need to approve?
No, you're just receiving the report.
Okay.
What will happen after this meeting is tomorrow staff will start the process to lift the demolition moratorium for the neighborhood, not for the NAACP properties that were also part of that moratorium, but just for the University Place neighborhood. We'll work out the final document with the SHPO that will have a lot more information than what you saw this evening. And then eventually they'll put that document on their website, and we'll add it to our website so that people have access to it.
Why would you lift the moratorium on demolitions in University Place?
The moratorium was established until we got the report back on what is in the neighborhood that should be protected. And so now we have that, and so if a demolition request comes in, when you review that demolition request, or during that 30 days, if it's not something that is under a review from something that's already listed in the neighborhood, individuals in the community can look at that and say, well, you know, this would be a contributor. Maybe we should go talk to them.
Well, yeah.
And I know people don't think that happens, but it actually does happen with that 30-day wait mandatory period. A lot of times, people go and visit with neighbors and talk about the listing and tax credits and other builders who may have other ideas, or they've tried something before and this worked, so.
Those 30 days are important. Okay, any other questions? Nope. Well, I look forward to seeing what comes next. All right, item number 2, HRC 260039.
Your first public hearing item this evening for review is a nomination for Central Park, which is now called Watson Park, to be listed in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places. The city park is bounded by 6th Street on the north, Kentucky Street on the east, 8th Street on the south, and Tennessee Street on the west. This map shows the park here in the center of the map. Historically, it has always been these 2 blocks that make up the park. That has not changed since it was originally laid out for this city. The red on the side that you see on your left is the Old West Lawrence Historic District that's listed in the National Register of Historic Places. On the right, it's a little bit difficult to tell, but if you see this kind of yellow gold color, that is the Downtown Conservation Overlay District. Blue properties and the associated circle around them are properties that are already listed in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, and the circle is that 250-foot context area associated with each one of those properties. Just because I love historic maps. These were all in your packet and was in the information, but it is really important to when you go back and look, because in 1854, when Cyril did the first kind of layout for this city, he had parks established, and that was a tradition from New England, and it certainly came from that whole concept of the city park, the city green space being important to a community. And so if you'll notice on this map, at the time, he was proposing 4 parks that make up what we now, in a smaller fashion, as South Park. So that was one of the parks he proposed. And then over here, he had Fulton and Clinton Park. Fulton was never developed and didn't make it through the next cuts when they were doing surveys and platting. But Clinton Park shifted a little bit and stayed on the maps when we started doing the platting for the city instead of the territory that this was done. If you look in the center, you'll see that these 2 lots that are now Central Park or Watson Park were left vacant. They were not identified as being divided up into lots for sale for development. And the main reason for that is, although it just looks like a solid line going through here, is there was a significant ravine running through the park. And I know you said, I said it in the staff report, and it was a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but it was really hard when you see the visual today to understand the depth of that ravine and the growth that was in that ravine with the natural habitats of things taking over. So there is a topo map in there that we're going to look at in a minute, but it was about a 10-foot ravine, and so it was fairly significant. And then here, when we get to the first plat of this city, you see by this time South Park has changed and it is just the one park. And for a long time, it was just called the park. And then eventually it became known as South Park. But by the time the plat was done in 1858, no, help me out, Brenna, what's the year?
54?
That was 58.
So, I think it's 58.
Yeah, 58 sounds.
Okay. Anyway, it was identified as a park at that time. It was identified as Central Park, and you can see they still showed the huge ravine running through it, but it had been designated as a park space. For some of the other parks, like if you'll notice that Clinton Park was on here, and then of course the park, we over time found landscape plans for them. Going through research and newspaper research, I found several items that referred to landscape plans for Central Park, but I never found those plans. On one of the plats, it kind of shows some plantings, but never a real formed plan, like one of the plans we have for Clinton Park and one we have for South Park have the meandering sidewalks and established flower bed kind of things and trees. So to date, I have not found that for Central Park. This is an 1869 bird's view, and you know you have to take bird's eye views with a grain of salt because they were an artistic work as much as being able to see how the town was laid out. But if you'll notice, even here you can see the artist was trying to give you a feel for the depth of that ravine and how it truly separated the downtown and the commercial and the residential downtown from the new development that was happening in West Lawrence. This is a postcard that I found when I was going through and doing some research, and I put it in here not only because some of the information we have after the 1911 tornado is fantastic if you've ever seen some of those collections, but it does give you a better view because these are the houses up on Tennessee Street. Mm-hmm. And so you can imagine if you're standing here, how deep that ravine really is. So it does give you a little bit better sense of what people were crossing. And then, of course, a lot of the underbrush and trees have been cleared out of here before the tornado, and then the tornado helped a little bit too. But there are passages from diaries from Quantrill's raid from citizens of Lawrence that talked about running into this ravine because of the huge overgrowth and shrubs to be able to hide. This is it's really fun to look at this one because we were working on the Jayhawk watershed long before we called it the Jayhawk watershed. And so it's a very similar project. But if you'll notice here is Central Park. And if you read topo maps, the best I can tell from, because the writing's very small, it looks like it was about a 10-foot deep ravine from this side to the middle of the ravine. And so you can see that it really took up a large section of that open space. Now, starting with this project and other projects, the city started slowly filling in these ravines, moving a lot of the undergrowth, removing the wild trees that weren't planted and those types of things, and doing a lot of infill. We have several newspaper articles talking about the infill, particularly on the north half of the park. And this is just a little close-up of that. So you can, the closer the lines get together, the deeper you're going. This is one of my favorite photos when we're talking about importance of the park. Yes, we have this wonderful Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe railroad engine in the park. And to get it into the park, they actually laid track to get it into the park and then remove the track. And so this is a picture someone had the foresight to get a picture of it happening. And if you can believe it, this is what was on the other side of 6th Street because the river is back here. And there's our favorite train today. And so I have to share my personal train story because when I first came here 22 plus years ago, people kept telling me about Train Park. And I looked at the maps and I was trying to figure out, and I'm like, where's Train Park? I don't know what a train park is. And it took me a little bit, but then I figured out, Central Park, Watson Park, now Train Park. If you talk to my children and their generation, it's Train Park. If you talk to historians, it's Central Park. If you talk to people that grew up in the late 80s, early 90s, it's Watson Park. So it's really continued to be a significant part of the community and the growth of the community as the community continues to evolve. And this is just a gorgeous picture of how well our Parks and Recreation and Culture Department do some of the landscaping. And just to kind of show you, this is in the northern half of the park, and it still has majority of green space. It does have modern things that have been introduced into the park. It has the sidewalks. It has the shelter. It has a sign talking about the park. There is a memorial to Buford Watson in the park. So it really continues to develop as the city develops. And then some of things that were developed and placed in the park, which one I didn't know, was a tennis court. At one point, Central Park had a tennis court in it. And so when that was not popular anymore, then it got replaced. Now we have a basketball court there. The other thing that was really exciting, because I have a friend who still plays horseshoes, they had huge horseshoe tournaments here. And people got really excited about that. In addition, they actually had the band concerts in this park. Now, because of that 10-foot ravine and the fill that the city did, it still got pretty soggy with rain. And so there are articles in the newspapers talking about maybe we need to move to South Park because this was really mushy and wet. So it did have band concerts, many community gatherings and get-togethers and enjoyment of the park. So here are some of the intrusions into the park that I mentioned that have become significant for the park. And we already talked about the train and Watson's Memorial. Now, some people love it, some people hate it, but at some point, the city of Lawrence went through a long discussion about having a public swimming pool. And I put a little bit of that information in your packet because it is fascinating to follow some of the trends of the conversation at the time. But once it was completed, it was the first integrated swimming pool in the city of Lawrence. And that was truly significant because until then, black children were not allowed in the swimming pool, which was privately owned, and they swam in the river. And we had several deaths of children being undertaken by the current and dying because they were swimming in the river when white kids were swimming in a nice chlorinated swimming pool. So this was really significant for the history of this park. The community chose this site because it was a central location and everybody had passion for this park. And ultimately, and now if you haven't seen it, even if you don't swim, I'd encourage you to go down to the building, and there's a great sign in front of it that talks about it being the first integrated swimming pool in the city of Lawrence. That's a significant piece of history associated with this park. Now, normally when we're talking about listing something in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, we have the 5 criteria, and most of the time, as you know, because you've looked at these before, it's about an event, or it's a significant person, or it's super architecture, or maybe it's about archaeology. We actually don't have any listed archaeology sites within the city. We have done some digs before and not had sufficient integrity to do those, but that's something that we can look at in the future too. What we've had on our books, and Lawrence was ahead of a national trend by at least 30 years, is we've had the ability to nominate and place something on the Lawrence Register of Historic Places for its cultural association with the city. And if it's a cultural location that's truly identifiable with the city and for the city. A lot of times we talk about it being associated with the growth and development of Lawrence. When we look at neighborhoods, we talk about, this goes with the growth and development. When staff started looking at where does this fit in, because it has evolved over time as far as what we've used the park for, what we've introduced into the park, and in some cases removed from the park, it has stayed those exact 2 city blocks, the same configuration. And as a city, it evolves with our culture and what's important to the city at that time. I believe it's in your staff report. There was an article in I believe it was the Lawrence Daily Journal World that talked about Central Park and South Park being the ideal parks for the city. They would always be upkept, they would always be special, and they would always be pride of the city. So when we looked at criteria for this, you certainly could look at criteria 1 because it is associated with several events that have made contributions to the broad patterns of this city and the growth and development of the city. But its true strength lies in that it is a cultural location. Still, we have great community gatherings in the city, and we have picnics, and Old West Lawrence holds their annual picnic there. And until a few years ago, it was crowded on the 4th of July because everybody went there to watch the fireworks over the river. So we have this continual history with cultural associations for the city. So staff included in your packet information the definition of why, in staff's opinion, that this park is significant for its association with the growth and development and is a cultural location that is an established and familiar feature for the city, whether you call it Central, Watson, or Train Park. As you know, under Chapter 22, if you list a property in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, Anything that requires a building permit, a demolition permit, significant grounds disturbing permits and signs get reviewed for their impact on the historic property. In addition, it creates a 250-foot area around the landmark that we call a context area, where those same types of projects get reviewed for their impact on the context of the landmark. Now, one of the things that we've had a lot of discussions when we went through the total rewrite of Chapter 22 a couple of years ago, we just had our 2-year anniversary last week, is how do we look at this context review and make it do what it needs to do without being too much? Because it's not listed, so what exactly does that need to look like? So with the rewrite of Chapter 22, we did away with the environs, and we call them context areas now. So the things that we're looking for in the context area are demolitions, are, if it's new construction, height, setbacks, massing, those type of big picture items. And it's only from the front or the primary right-of-way. You know, if you're putting a large addition on the back of your house and you can't see it from the street, it's not going to get reviewed. You know, so those types of things. And there's a list in your packet of the types of reviews. Also with the new Chapter 22, for properties that are in the context review, if they do have to happen to have a review required, all of those reviews are done by staff administratively with the building permit within the same time frame as the building permit, unless it's demolition of a primary structure, new construction of a primary structure, or an addition that's greater than 20% of the footprint of the existing structure visible from the public right-of-way. So when you look at this map, it's a little hard with the colors, but you'll notice the park, the south part of the park is already encumbered by the context area for Fire 1, which is listed on the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, as are these properties to the north of Fire 1. In addition, it's a little challenging to see, but the Urban Conservation Overlay District requirements go all the way to this lighter line you see here. So all of these properties are currently under review. When you look at the parking lot to the south of the aquatic center, you'll see that it too is already in an area that's reviewed because of the fire station. To the west, the red, as I mentioned earlier, is the Old West Lawrence Historic District. It doesn't get reviewed under Chapter 22, but because it is listed in the National Register of Historic Places, it gets reviewed under the state preservation law. And those standards are much more strict than the standards in Chapter 22, because ideally you kind of think of it as a hierarchy. You know, you start with your regular Visa card, and then you move up to the gold, and then eventually you get to platinum. And so it's the same kind of thing as you move up from the Lawrence to the National Register. Significant to know for this, when staff was doing the evaluation, there are 4 properties associated with this proposed nomination that are not currently covered by any type of historic review. And those are the structures that are located to the south of the parking lot along 6th Street and the post office to the south. So those properties do not currently have historic review, and they would in the future if this landmark nomination moves forward. And this just broke those down a little bit. Because it's so long, sometimes it's hard to see exactly what's going on, and that just breaks it down. So we can go back and look at particular addresses if you want to. So there's a lot of discussion with this nomination. The first thing that I want to say is that it is our first nomination where we're using the cultural criteria. We've not done that before. The National Trust has started using that criteria as well for the National Register. So it is something that on a nationwide basis we're looking at for significant properties that have to be allowed to change over time to keep the community or the cultural importance that makes it special to begin with. And so that's one of the things that you may want to discuss and ask questions about, since we haven't seen one of these before. The Historic Resources Commission charge in the landmark process is to make a recommendation on whether or not the site meets the criteria in section 22-407A. There should be enough history for you to make a comfortable recommendation trying to fit it in one of those criteria. If there's not, you need to ask for more. There should be, it should be a slam dunk for you. So if it's not, then you need to take a step back and say, what's missing? Why isn't it? In your opinion, it may not meet the criteria. And so that is something that you can discuss and move forward with as well. As many of you know, this is a city property. And the way the process is described in Chapter 22 is that if it is not an owner-initiated nomination, and you do not have owner support letter or authorization, the city and staff have to make every effort to notify that property owner so that they're aware of like the meetings and the public process and what their rights and responsibilities are. Because it's a city property, the city commission is the authority for acting on the determinations of what happens to city properties. So staff took this to the city commission and asked for approval and written consent on December 16th, 2025. The city commission had a robust discussion and voted 4-1 to deny authorization or written consent for the nomination. They are not interested in listing the property at this time and would like to have additional conversations with the Historic Resources Commission about process and the duties of the Historic Resources Commission, and we'll talk more about that later. So one of the questions that came to staff as we were going through this is one of the things that was not included in your staff report is whether or not the property is eligible for the Register of Historic Kansas Places. Several years ago, I worked with the State Historic Preservation Office, and a determination was made that it would not be eligible for the National Register. And at that time, we really didn't talk about the Register of Kansas Places. So that may be information that would be interesting to you as a commission and to the city as a property owner. If for some reason the park were eligible for the Kansas Register, the city would have the opportunity to apply for grants, state grants, and some pass-through grants from the National Park Service to do some items in the park. Those grants typically do not pay for landscaping. So with a park, that takes out a big chunk. I mean, we're not going to get a grant for mowing, you know, those kinds of things. But what we could get grants for is park planning or park signage or those types of things. And so that's something for the Historic Resources Commission to discuss, and also to, you know, have the City Commission aware. They may not be interested in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places for whatever reason. They may want to check into the Kansas Register. So the way Chapter 22 is written, your charge, as I mentioned, was to define whether or not the nomination based on the information that you currently have meets one of those criteria for listing. And the options the code gives you once you have completed your public hearing is that you can recommend the application for nomination to the City Commission. You can make a recommendation that the application be disapproved because you don't think it meets those criteria, or you can make no recommendation for the application nomination. What's not listed here is that the code also gives you the option to table the nomination and direct staff to do research or have someone else do it, or anything that you think that's not in this nomination that should be, to help you make that decision whether or not it meets one of those criteria. Initially, your recommendation from staff had been to adopt a resolution this evening to the governing body recommending that the property meets the criteria and should be listed in the Lawrence Register. There's some unique circumstances with this nomination. The way the code is written, if the HRC recommends a property for inclusion in the Lawrence Register and says it meets the criteria, the property owner has the ability to object to that. If they object to that, then when it goes to the City Commission, who is the final determiner whether to list the property, they are required to have a supermajority vote. That's the first thing, to list it. The second thing is they have to declare it highly significant. And there's a definition for what highly significant is in Chapter 22. And then there are a list of things that they must also find to help substantiate that highly significant definition. When staff reviewed the definition for highly significant and the other items that the City Commission would have to declare that it meets, staff is of the opinion it does not meet those additional criteria to be considered as highly significant for the 2/3 vote. So that's information you should take into consideration as well. And then there's just the practical knowledge that we notified the property owner does not support it, but in this case, because it's the city, that property owner is going to be making the final decision. So in some ways, it kind of puts the Historic Resources Commission in a unique position where, you know, if you believe it meets the criteria, then you do need to pass that information to the City Commission. If you think there are extenuating circumstances where it may meet the criteria, but perhaps this is not the appropriate time to pursue nomination, you should have that discussion. One of the things staff changed your action summary, your action request to, was that you have listened to your public comment, have your discussion, discuss some of those things that were in that additional packet memo that was put up today, and give staff direction if you want us to prepare a resolution, what you would want that resolution to say. If you have specific language, that would be great, but I'll work with Randy and our legal department to make sure a resolution would meet legal criteria. And then we can bring all that back to you at a future meeting to discuss and take action on. The other thing that you can do, the code gives you the allowance, and I think I briefly mentioned this earlier, is if you think you need more information, you can table this nomination until we have the time to gather that information and get it back to you. I will tell you now, it would not be on your March agenda. Particularly if part of the information you want to know is whether or not it's eligible for the Kansas Register. Hopefully we could get that back to you in April, but those are things that you can discuss in your discussion portion of the item. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you for that thorough explanation. So I've always wondered why South Park got all the attention and Central Park did not, and obviously it's because there's a 10-foot ditch that ran through it. So I'm curious to know if you can give a more precise year on when they began to fill the north and or the south portions with dirt. And where the heck they would get that dirt, I don't know, but.
Part of it was overtime silt fill-in, but the biggest, the first really big infill project I found was that 1911 McCook, which is now what we call the Jayhawk Watershed Project. They actually brought huge amounts of fill dirt in from West Lawrence, particularly on the north end of the park to fill that. There was another newspaper article, and I have to go back and double check the date. I believe it was in the 50s, where they did additional infill in the north end of the park. And then when the swimming pool was constructed, there was the removal of the dirt to create the pool area, helped to lift the ground around it for the building, which raised the level of the ravine that was there, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, because the basketball court is still low. So
Yes.
it seems like that portion of the ravine never got filled. I mean, it flattened.
It's filled in some, but
Some,
not, but not
like
to
the
the
other sides.
significance of the.
Right, okay, so you're saying around 1911 is when the serious infill of the north portion began?
Yes,
Okay, thanks.
as far as I can tell.
I have a question for you, Lynn. As far as the recommendations that we can move towards, we can recommend that the application be nominated. We can be approved. We can recommend that it not be approved. And then we can also move for no recommendation regarding the application. What would happen if we were to move to make no recommendation? Would it just kind of sit there as an application until at which time it's brought forth again?
No, the no recommendation is typically there if the commission cannot come to consensus or a vote on whether or not it meets the criteria. So that out is for if you have a property that's on the borderline and you just don't have a strong feeling one way or the other, but you still have to make that by resolution. It still goes to the city commission, and they have to hear at a public hearing de novo the whole nomination.
Okay.
So it doesn't just put it on a side table. It has to move forward to the city commission.
And would move for no recommendation affect the potential of it being listed as on the state registry?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's my question. That's my only question.
Any other questions before we open up public comment? Okay. Thank you, Lynn.
Thanks.
All right. I'm going to open it up for public comment. Let's start with those online.
I don't see any hands raised.
Is there anybody?
I don't see any.
If there isn't anybody, okay, we'll take the in-person public comment. Yes.
Hello, my name's Dean Palos. I live at 727 Tennessee Street, right across from the pool. I've lived there for now 21 years. I've been a resident of Lawrence for 46 years. And Mike Wilgen, who's seated over here, former city manager. I used to work as a planner for the city under Mike back in the 80s, are the ones that have brought this to you. I think I commend Lynn for the wonderful presentation she made, very thorough, on target. I think there's not much more that can be said. I think the park speaks for itself, but that's maybe because I live across from it and see it every day and admire it. But I'm hopeful that you'll go ahead and approve this. And if you don't, I'm not sure what the next step would be for our purposes, but I will note for your interest that the Old West Lawrence Association did meet on this at about 2 weeks ago and voted unanimously, the people that were there, in support of it. So I just wanted to give you that information.
Thank you for all your work on that you did to create the nomination.
Yeah, well, I credit Mike for that. Mike is the one that initiated it. I'm just the tag along. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
I'm David Penny. I live right across from the park at 643 Tennessee. Our family goes back pre-Civil War, lived on the north side of, in North Lawrence until, I think there's a flood of 1901 or 3, I can't remember. I think it's 1903. Anyway, they moved over to this side, and we've lived in the Old West Lawrence since then. I was born during the Second World War, and I remember the park. The park wasn't 30 feet deep. It was it wasn't 10 feet deep. Today it's even 10 feet deep. It was over 30 feet deep at that time. I remember going down the hill and hitting a tree, and a sledding accident about killed me. And my father was laughing, but I wasn't. But this park, let me correct some of the history of the park. The park was very deep. The highway that came through Old West Lawrence was on 7th Street, not 6th Street. So when Tommy Constant put it through that hill up there, they put a big, the lake, it was really at the river level. We used to have giant alligators, snappers come up there. I mean, they were this big around. My wife laughed at it, and then about 3 weeks later, one of them came down Tennessee Street, big, and some college students stuck a stick out and got it and flipped it into a basket. Anyway, the thing was, there was a 10-foot, I think it's a corrugated pipe put through there. Up at 8th Street, my father said that that's where the culvert went up, and it goes actually under the stadium. And they would go up there as kids up there and show up inside the stadium in a manhole and get in free. So it wasn't till, and my uncle owned Dr. Nelson had a house right there on 8th and, well, it's on 8th Street, right near Tennessee. Anyway, this was filled in, and every once in a while, that corrugated pipe's giving way, and every once in a while, part of the park will sink down into this thing, and they have to go and fix it up. But the pipe is at least 15 feet down, the top of the pipe. today. And when we had a flood in '93, water actually came back up and bubbled up into the thing. And but the history, the city owns this park, so they really don't need to, if they want to protect it for historical reasons, they can do it. But what they've done is they've overlaid and include all of our properties on each side, on Tennessee, Kentucky, and our house is there right at the corner of 7th and Tennessee. The problem that I have with this history, I was on the city commission, and we've been in history deal. My grandfather was one of the founders of the Douglas County Historical Society, and saved the county courthouse. They wanted to demolish it in the 50s, and level it down. And he was a civil engineer from KU originally, and he came in and says, "No, there's nothing the matter. We don't need to tear it down," and they preserved it. It's there today because of that. The Watkins Bank building right across, catty corner of that, was saved also. And he was on that commission. That became their headquarters. I think it is still today. But my objection to this thing is not whether the city owns it. They don't need to make a historical section out of it. They can protect it. They don't have to allow any changes to it, historically or otherwise. And but why they include us in this, and we've put a lot of money. I put a lot of money into my house. I haven't taken any tax credits from it. I've got no funds from the state or the federal people. We've done it ourselves. And so they put restrictions on us. If I want to do something on my roof, do I have to go before them? It's a slate roof. I replaced all the slate roof in the '86. It was an expensive process. It took a whole year. So I don't appreciate having this overlaid on our properties. If they want to do the park, that's fine. But don't include any of the other, and I've talked to some of the neighbors, and they're very unhappy with this thing because it's another layer of restrictions that are unnecessary. And we're not going to tear our houses down. I don't think anyone there is going to. Our houses cost more to rebuild than they're worth if you put a new building in. So mine's, for instance, laid on a slate granite foundations, the whole thing. And the house is built up from it in brick, 2.5-foot walls, 3 stories tall, with a slate roof. And there's no settling because of it. We don't need historical people to tell us how to maintain our houses, or no one else in the neighborhood, as far as I know. That hasn't changed. The houses along there haven't changed since I was a kid, and I'm over 80 years old. We've taken care of it, and all down that street, I don't think there's been a replacement any place. So, and there's some houses over on Kentucky. They probably need to be renovated up. They don't have to go through all these regulations to do it. They're not going to afford to. It costs too much money. So my deal is it's fine to have it. The city owns it, and they can protect it historically if they want to. Interesting things about that, about where the swimming pool is. Historically, I wasn't there a long time ago, but there used to be a amusement park there, almost a permanent fixture down there for years. And I remember they showed the train. I was there. I watched the train. They drove the train in under steam, pulled it up there, then pulled up the tracks afterwards and shut it down and pickled the thing. We used to be able to climb on it and everything. Somehow, I don't know that the liabilities were there taken away. But what I'm saying is this thing doesn't need a historical overlay. We're also in our neighborhood. We're in the National Register. By the way, that's a problem too for me. We didn't want that. We don't want the historical people telling us how to build our things, how to fix them, and things like that. They don't know it. They weren't there. And our house is like 145 years old now, and we've taken care of it. And I don't think anyone down there is going to do it. So if they want to, I don't want money for it, historical restoration. We haven't taken any money for it, and we don't need anyone to tell us how to do it. They don't know how to do it. Most of the people in historical restoration aren't as good as we are at it. We're construction people. We've done it. And we've supported historical buildings and the preservation. Some of them have to be in Old West Lawrence. Some need to be torn down, frankly. They were poorly built at the beginning. East Lawrence is the same way. They shouldn't be encumbered with that. So I appreciate you commissioners considering these things, and I appreciate your work. And I don't want to be a harbinger here to create a lot of problems, but this is a serious issue for us as landowners there. I don't know about the other side, but they're taking in part of this in over on Vermont Street, and I'm not sure how it got in the mix and everything. But if you could just consider historically the preservation, people, if they get into this, some of the costs of the regulations are more than the repairs. And people aren't going to repair things. We have it because we've owned it for what, 110 years? We didn't build the house and everything, but we'd like to see them preserved. But if you would seriously consider letting the city do whatever they want to do with the property. They own it. They're the owners. And they can fix it up and they can protect the historicity if they want to. The other two problems, I sent you a letter. I've had problems with some of the changes that have been made in our neighborhood, particularly the streets. Putting those turn signals, you can't drive a fire truck across them without running over them. You can't get an ambulance down there. They destroyed the history. Speed bumps, we're supposed to be able to drive 30 miles an hour. You hit one of those at 30 miles an hour, and you practically kill yourself. And they put obstructions, curbs. Have you seen those out into the street? I've got one in front of my house. It's got a flashing light right in front of my bedroom. And it sticks out there. It's so far out in the street that the grass grows between the curb and it. And I have to mow it with my mower. I mean, there's certain things. I don't know who got onto this wagon, but they've destroyed the historicity that we like of our neighborhoods. You know, we liked it the way it was. I don't know who changed it or why the city came up with these, because these are not historical changes. And I'll bet you none of those street changes went before the Federal Historical Society and regulatory changes. I bet you they didn't go before the state. But the city did them without approval of the neighbors. I don't know of any neighbors in our neighborhood. There may be a few that wanted those speed bumps. First they put in stop signs, then they put in speed bumps, and then they put those turn circles in there. And you don't need them in the neighborhood. And they're certainly not historical. Thanks a lot.
If I may.
Yes.
I appreciate your letter. I did read through it in some detail, and honestly, I found it rather offensive, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I used words such as destructive, destroyed, ruined. That's pretty strong language.
Yes.
But I'm not seeing anything here whatsoever outside of opinion. If something's destroyed, can you please explain to me how it was destroyed?
Okay.
Is there a metric to measure it by? We've sold less houses, our property value went down, there's been more car crashes, there's been fewer car crashes. If we're going to pick out something, we're going to use words like destroyed and ruined, I think something needs to be backed up. Also here that I take personal umbrage with, it appears that the city administration, their staff, are not acting as civil servants of Lawrence residents and certainly not working to preserve our historic heritage. Well, guess what? That's what we're doing right here. That's what every person in this room is doing. So I find that insulting.
Do you think the speed bump is
I don't
historical?
care about the speed bump. The speed bump is not the issue. If the speed bump was the issue, there was a situation at some point in the past that the speed bump issue could have been addressed. There's a way now to address the speed bump issue. But by insulting the city and the people that are sitting here, trying to make this work for everybody is simply not fair.
It's not historical, though. That's what I'm saying. Those are not historical things that were there in the neighborhood. Do you see what I'm saying?
TV.
What?
Neither's cable TV. Neither's indoor plumbing.
But they don't affect the neighborhood streets.
Okay, it affects your portion of the neighborhood streets, and apparently it affects you enough to come through and want to insult everybody. Okay. We don't need to beat this into the ground.
Listen.
I appreciate your comments.
Okay. I don't think you do, because you find them offensive. Okay? Would you like to me approach this from an engineering point of view?
No, sir, I would not. I think we should probably move on.
Okay, I'm talking about historicity. Did that go before the feds? Okay, I'm sorry. Did it go before the feds or states? No. They made changes in the historicity of our neighborhood without any of our consent nor any approval.
Thank you for your comments. We do appreciate your letter and your comments. Next.
Thank you for your time. My name is Tom Kraus. I live in 44. I originally was intrigued with wanting to get involved because of where you wanted to put the farmer's market. And I didn't want to see a pavilion put in the train park, which I consider the train park. I was a mailman in Old West Lawrence. I delivered right across the street. I saw a lot of things, met a lot of people. I was a mailman all over town, but in the late 90s until 2006, I was the mailman in Old West Lawrence. I appreciate Mr. Penny's comments. I don't necessarily agree with him. I was his mailman. So I made a video. I was involved in a musical festival from 92 to 94, and I've got hundreds of hours of video film documenting that park. And what I'd like to assert is that it has cultural significance, not just for the event I had, for all the events. The one time down in where the basketball goal is, that they had a thing called the Salad Bowl, where people got together and they dressed up like vegetables and they had a party. So, I mean, I love this town, and I want to preserve the history as much as possible, as long as we can. I know that eventually progress is going to take it this way or that way, but it doesn't really matter if it's in the historical district or not. I only really wanted it to be there so that if you decided to put the farmer's market there, that the people would have a voice to say whether or not they were okay with the pavilion. Although that wouldn't stop you from doing the pavilion. But I just wanted to have us at least still continue to have a voice. And if you're interested, like I say, I'm working on a documentary film, and it'll show the park. And I hope to have it out this summer. And
You want to look at the one that you sent me now?
I would love to see that.
Kurt, did you get that?
It's not the best one. It's not as clear in the audio or the visual, but it's less than 3 minutes, and it shows families getting together, kids playing, and the beauty of the activities of the park. And I want to be able to preserve that. So, enough said. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll see if we can get this video.
No, that's, so we're not going to get it tonight, but
Okay.
we'll get it put
Okay.
on the website.
Great.
Okay, great.
Somebody came prepared.
I do have the DVD with me.
I do not think we have a DVD player in this room.
Well, I'm way behind in the technology, but I would just say the park has total cultural significance.
Agreed.
And I would prefer to call it the train park. If you tell somebody the train park, they know where it's at. You tell them Watson Park, they go, You can tell them Rocket Chick Park, and some people know where Rocket Chick Park is.
Yeah.
Because they're iconic symbols, and they're not going to go away, and they're not controversial. So I heard that the people want to change the name. Well, I nominate Train Park.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
I want to be a vegetable in the park.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is David Carter. I live at 741 Tennessee Street. I am sensitive to Mr. Penny's points about the imposition of restrictions on neighbors. I appeared before this body about 20 years ago when I wanted to make a change to my house, and I recognize that having to ask for permission around historic context, it places a burden on the property owner, but that's because we live in a historic area. And we are stewards of this place that we live in right now. We don't own it from my perspective. And when we talk about the city owning this property, the city is not they, the city is we. And I think it's important for us to recognize our collective responsibility to preserve this legacy, which is an accumulation of the events that have taken place on this property. Lynn has called attention to, for example, the pivotal role of saving lives during Quantrill's raid. I don't know what the account is of the number of people whose descendants would not be with us if it had not been for that park. The festivals that have taken place in that park that Tom called attention to, countless. It's a gathering place. And so the cultural significance of that spot, I think, does warrant at least the further attention and cataloging and historic interpretation for future generations. So I absolutely support this application. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, David.
Next.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Brown. I sit on the LPA board. Mike Delaney may also make a comment for the LPA board. I feel like the current code puts the HRC in a really difficult spot in an application such as this. Well-intentioned, hardworking citizens nominate a city-owned property and initiate a nomination sequence that has to play out and can't be delayed. The code, it does that for a reason. The code wants to be responsive to the public when the city has to take actions, and so they kind of put a timeline on it as to when this has to meet this point in the process, and then this point, and then the completion point, which 99% of the time is a great idea. But here, so the nomination process is started. You started it a couple months ago, but then, since it's a city-owned property, staff has to go to the city commission and ask for owner consent. And, for me, as long as I've been in preservation activity, owner consent is a pretty big deal. The only time I think it's really warranted to proceed without owner consent, just on a personal level, not this particular one, is, let's say there's an out-of-state owner, hasn't been back to his property in 20 years, refuses all attempts at communication. What if there's a dysfunctional ownership group? That certainly occurs. Those could be reasons for a group to bring a nomination forward without ownership consent. It's a little different than the city commission is sitting right there, and they could give the consent, but the code didn't demand it until the process is already in play. So then you go to the city commission, and 4 city commissioners say no, 4 out of 5. I thought 2 of them gave some fairly terse comments in their denial. So what do? The code says you have to keep going, and that's what you've been doing. Does that make the HRC a rogue group out of touch with city commission? No, you're following the code. That bothers me. So here we are. What do? you look at all the report, the excellent work that staff has done, there's no way you could deny that this doesn't have the qualifications to go on the Lawrence Register. It certainly should be approved, but you don't have the ownership consent, and the owner is the governing body, which is the final say on can the park go on the Lawrence Register. So I think you either have to approve it and in your commission comments be pretty clear that you're just following the code, you're not fighting with anybody, or you could make a motion to say, we find that the park certainly meets all the guidelines, historic guidelines, to be placed on the Lawrence Register. But because we don't have ownership consent, we pass this on to the City Commission, making no recommendation. And then the city can make the recommendation, and the community gets to change the minds of 3 of 4 commissioners to get this done.
Mike?
I think
Dennis.
in the interest of giving everybody public comment, we can wait and then do the discussion. Thank you, Dennis.
You're good, thanks.
Oh, good? We're good?
Good?
Okay. Thank you.
So, my name is Paul Carter. I am David Carter's big brother. I am one of 6 siblings, 5 of whom are here tonight, who were born in Lawrence, grew up in Lawrence, and much of our lives have been affected, as David was indicated, by the presence and significance of this park. And so given today's question really comes down to, as I understand it, does the HRC itself endorse providing this local designation, which provides some modicum of oversight and protection so that we can assure that this precious land is not abused in the future? And if that's the case, then I would just suggest that if the HRC, which is actually given the responsibility for enforcing that interest, does not see value in designating a park that is noted was in the original plat and for the last 150 plus years has been central because of its location to virtually everything that has happened culturally, fun-wise, activity-wise in this town, and does not see the value in approving this designation, then I have to wonder what this whole process is about. This is one of the most precious sets of 2 blocks in this entire town. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
And please do the right thing, and let's put the City Commission on the defensive as their owners. As I'll just reiterate what David said, they are not they are us, and this park is ours. It's not theirs. Thank you. Well, and of course, unfortunately, we all have an obligation because once a month, the 6 of us get together to celebrate that we are lifelong Lawrence residents, and tonight is the night.
Okay. All right, yay.
Hi, good evening. Samuel Carter, 66046. And, I think who the city is a really good question. I'm going to read the values of our city that I think we've collectively agreed to, and then touch upon one of those, and then why I think it's important. So, of course, the value statement of the city, what we've legislated is who we are, is an unmistakably vibrant community with innovative, equitable, transparent, and responsible local government. I think about this. I think about this all the time, particularly the equity part. How are we equal? What is equitable? And when I think about this, I think we are, look, some people are great public speakers. Some people, they've got that riz, as they say. Some people, maybe not so much, So this process really, it favors certain people over others. But the way that we are all equal is that we can vote, and that is democratic. So I really think that's the cornerstone of this. And I know that, the city it's who we democratically represent. And now, they need to hear from folks, but there are opportunities for that. Adding process takes away my power as a voter, and that's the thing that I don't like about that so much. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Commissioners. Courtney Shipley. I didn't actually intend to speak on this, but I appreciate the people who are trying to think about the political calculus of this and the relationship with the City Commission. One of my concerns that has not been mentioned is that, maybe somewhat by some members of the public, is that especially the consideration of the environs has been very unpopular with many people in the community. Some of it perhaps warranted and some of it perhaps apocryphal. And the calculus should be in all of your minds about whether this particular item and its particular timing could ultimately end up with the throwing out of environs completely. We're lucky that we have it. It has saved some incredible things. We should be glad that we have it when others do not, and we should want to preserve it. And as unfortunate as it is that you all have to make this decision under this circumstance, I think that it is important for you to consider the possibility that there are probably 3 city commissioners who would happily get rid of it tomorrow if they could. And where they can't do that, that would be a long process. That doesn't mean it couldn't happen. And some definite, there were very clear, some mentioned indications from the city commissioners when this came up before, and that I would like that to be part of your considerations, that preserving the environs is maybe more important for the entire city than it is for this particular item at this particular time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mike Delaney again. I want to second what Ms. Shipley just said. And I'm not going to repeat what I said in the letter that I sent to you all, because that sort of lays out my argument why picking a fight with the City Commission over this now isn't a prudent thing in my judgment for the HRC to do. I think there are significant voices on the commission that don't like the idea of context protections at all. The community made it pretty clear in the long-range plan, in Plan 2040, that it intended not only to protect historic structures in the city, but it intended to protect the context of those structures. And a lot of work went into that. And I'm not sure that that there's been a sufficient discussion with this edition of the City Commission to understand how we got to where we are and what the community values about context protections. But I don't think picking a fight over a recommendation to designate this park as a Lawrence historic site in the face of a 4-to-1 refusal to give permission to list it makes any sense at all. It's possible, it's conceivable that the commission might feel differently about an effort to put the park on the state register if it were eligible to do that, knowing that it wasn't going to have any impact in terms of context protections. But from the standpoint of the Lawrence Preservation Alliance, we think context protections are extraordinarily important, and we'd hate to see them sacrificed on this particular hill when the commission has already given an indication of what it intends to do if the matter comes back before it.
Thank you very much.
Can it be my turn?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My name is Marcia Epstein, and we live at 1041 Tennessee in 66044. I want to say something, and I want to also ask if it's possible to have Lynn address something. We bought our house as a young couple with a little kid in 1988 when houses in the Oread were being torn down because the lots were more valuable than the houses. We did all the research ourselves to get our house on the National Register, hoping to slow down some things. What I want to speak to is, and what I'd like Lynn to speak to just briefly, is what it really means in terms of the context review. Our house is individually listed as on the National Register. We have not had to do anything different, just like you're doing things with love and care for your house. We have made those choices not because somebody made us, but because we want our house. We consider, it's kind of like, I think it was David Carter, we feel like caretakers of our home, not like we own it and that gives us power, but we're trying to have it be something that reflects in this community stories of generations, you know? We want more generations. So if our house as a National Register property has not had to be treated any differently than we as loving caregivers, caretakers would do, I want people to hear that. And in terms of the contextual review, I think people's fear of what that could mean is probably a lot different than the reality. And so that's why I was wondering if you could add just a little bit about that, if this is an okay time. Because I do think, because people told us, you can't paint your house like you painted it. It's like, yeah, we can. Paint is a reversible change. We can paint it whatever million colors we want, and we've got about 14 on our.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Marcia.
Thank you very much. Is there any other public comments? Okay. Yes, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion.
Can staff answer a couple of questions?
Absolutely.
For a couple of people that said things. There are a couple of things I want to point out. One, listing on the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, and for that matter, the state or the National Register, does not prohibit a property from development. It does, in the case of a house, it will not stop the house from being torn down if that's what the owner wants to do. It creates a process where the importance of history gets weighed with growth and development in the community. The great thing about what we do with the Lawrence Register of Historic Places and context area, as well as because we are a certified local government and have an agreement with the state to do state law reviews, is we have this forum where people can come in and say, hey, this is a great idea, or you people don't have a clue what the real world is like. It creates a community conversation. So what's important to understand is if someone wants to tear their listed property down, yes, they have to make a stop at the Historic Resources Commission. Maybe the Historic Resources Commission says, you know, you're right, it needs to go. Maybe the Historic Resources Commission says, no, this is super important to our community. We're not going to approve it. Then their option is to go to the City Commission, and the City Commission continues that community conversation. They look at it more holistically. They're not just looking at the historic impact. They're looking at the proposed development. They're looking at the growth and economic security of the community, all those things. But what it does is it puts the history on that table of items that they get to consider. It's about community conversation and the way the community would like to save or protect or let it go with their historic and cultural resources.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there any other questions? I think there's quite a discussion to be had.
You can tell.
Yeah.
Well, can I throw something out for us to discuss amongst ourselves?
Yeah,
yeah.
that's where we're at.
I absolutely think this should be historically registered. No doubt in my mind. And the overlay, and I'm not saying it's not important, but that's not one of my decision-making points. I do think it's important for those people. But I'm listening to the argument of the 4-to-1 and getting into a contest with the city council. And to be very honest, my decision-making should not really involve what's happening with the city council, I feel. But I think that might be a rather truncated view, to be honest. And I'm trying to see what everyone else thinks. I don't want to say no. I want to say yes and say, I don't care. This is your problem, figure it out, or don't. But I want to be realistic. I want to see what you guys think.
I'm with you, David. This park, Central Watson Train Park, is culturally significant for all the reasons people have talked about. It is a precious resource of this community. I personally, again, as people have stated, do not want to get into a fight with the city commission because they own the property and they don't want it to be a landmark, don't want it to have landmark designation. So I would recommend that we use the no recommendation option. That's where I'm at right now.
And what happens if we recommend yes?
Then we're in a fight with the city commission.
Yeah.
But what's their next step?
They're going to fight us.
Just, well, they would just not
No,
pass it.
they have to have a public, whether anything we do,
Has to
Yeah.
go through them?
They have to go through it.
goes to them and they have to have it as a public hearing.
So in a sense, we're prolonging the inevitable.
Right.
Well, there's a couple of ways to go about this. So there's the recommendation. I don't think any of us are going to vote. It doesn't meet the criteria, so I'm taking that out of the equation.
Yeah.
The no recommendation is definitely an option. We do, like Lynn kind of laid this out there, we have the ability to say, all right, let's look at the criteria, let's look at the nomination. Because this is the first cultural kind of like place, like it's the first time we're going after that, we could ask staff to look into that further and find other examples to make sure we are in line with what's that national trend of these cultural places, and have that come back to us. So we can, and there's other information we could ask. So like as we kind of go through our normal process of looking at the nomination, does it meet the criteria? Do we see any holes in it? Do we have any questions about it? Do we need to find out more information? I think the idea of, getting more information is, I would want to know anyway. But also looking at the state nomination instead of local, because that does not have a context review. It still makes it onto a listed, like onto a register, because we all think it's worthy of that. But it removes the context area, which seems to be what everybody is most upset about. But do we want to do that do we want to find out more information? And what information do we want to know? Do we want to say no recommendation because of these extenuating circumstances and just go ahead and kick it straight to city commission? I'd still be interested in finding out a little bit more information. Personally, that's where I'm leaning.
I think it's worthwhile to find out about the Kansas designation.
Go ahead, Phil.
Now, I'll share my thoughts, because it sounds like there's multiple conversations going on here.
Yeah.
There's whether or not we want to recommend this to be nominated to the local historic registry, quite possibly the state historic registry, but there's also a conversation about how it might affect the environs if it's listed on the local versus the state. There's also the conversation that I don't think it's really come up in this meeting, but it came up in the public comment, as well as the meeting in December about this coming up for nomination around the same time as the discussion regarding the farmers market and Watson Central Train Park being a potential location for it. And not necessarily about whether or not we want to fight city commission. I'll take them on any day, but I think the intent of the HRC is really to, protect these historic properties. And I think it's no coincidence that this comes up for nomination around the same time as the discussion with the farmers market. And a permanent structure being built on there or South Park or wherever that discussion continues to go to. And it seems like while the intent of the HRC is good, the commission is being politicized, like on this particular topic. And I mean, that's something that just needs to be recognized. However, what we're being asked to do is much more simple than that, is to determine whether or not this application, as it's written, meets the criteria for designation under the specific subsection on if this area is or has been associated with the city's culture or cultural location of the city. And even though we can take into account all these other conversations, it's really whether or not this park is associated with the city's culture. And it's my personal opinion that this application does not meet that criteria. I think that there's a lot of conversation with the public comment on the cultural impact of the park, but as it is laid out in the application, I would like to bring it up. Okay. There's it's 3 paragraphs that show up in the application, page 8 and 9 of the full 42-page application. It describes the historic nature of the park. And so as it was laid out in the original plat map, it is designated as a park, but I think it's a little bit different than the way that we think about South Park and its historical relevance, because South Park is like a flat land and was intended to be kind of like a community gathering ground. Central Park was designated as a park because it was part of a watershed. It was a creek bed or dry creek, sometimes wet creek, that flowed into the river, and it would have been ridiculous to develop anything on that site because of the potential for flooding. I think the same could be said about Clinton Park, but that's designated as a local historic site, I would say, based around the natural stone structures that are on that site. And that if it weren't for the natural ravine, it probably wouldn't, I can't say what the people platting would have done, but I think that that's really what kind of dictated the placement of it at that location and designation as a park. And that really, for a long time, it was essentially a drainage ditch that apparently had access to the stadium. And so in the cultural summary that they have here, they note that its relevance to William Quantrill's Parade because people were able to, hide and avoid death because of it, but because it was, it was a natural drainage ditch. And then they also mentioned the construction of the pool, of the first public integrated swimming pool in 1969. That is what I see as the only 2 things that are written in the application as the Cultural Association summary. And it also, I want to go back to what the National Park says about this being considered a rural park or a rural landscape. And I don't know if I would really consider this park to be a rural landscape. It's surrounded, by development. It's in the middle of the city, and I think that it would be very much a stretch to consider this to be like a rural landscape and have it be a park designation. And if we do want to kind of send this back for more information on the Cultural Association summary, I would need much more details. I mean, if we can find documentation of pictures of people dressing up as salad, that would greatly help the application.
Ice skating.
Yeah, or even the mention of that it was used as a natural ice skating rink for a time in the past. That would greatly benefit the application.
July
But
4th and
yeah, I mean, that was mentioned verbally, but it's not in the application.
Strengthen all the different types
The
of events
cultural link.
over time that have contributed to the cultural significance
Yeah.
of how we've used it.
I mean, even if we were to take a recording of this and everybody's public comment and, and go off of that and then see if you can search through digitized newspapers, the old journal world, any photographs that might be at the Watson Museum or KU's Kansas collection.
Yes.
And maybe if they were to come back to it with that. And so I think that based on all that, I wouldn't necessarily approve it as is, but I think the vote would be more appropriate for there to be no recommendation at this time and give the applicants more time to just kind of like expand the scope of the cultural association.
So just to clarify, we wouldn't be taking a no recommendation at that point. All we'd be doing is tabling it to get more information. Just so you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So on that note, and this is what I've been thinking as well, is because of all the events that have happened, does it also qualify under number 1? Can we do both? I don't know.
Well, and also number 1 talks about the growth and development.
Which was
and if you notice in the even though it was under the cultural significance, it speaks to the city very early on adopting parks and recreation. And we had a parks department and we had a recreation department. And then there's this whole movement through the community that those two things should be together and the park should be more for recreation. And so it kind of also helps to look at the development of our parks and recreation system.
Well, I think it's very significant to just the development of Lawrence. You couldn't get anything across the ravine to build anything. And so that's why Old West Lawrence is newer than East Lawrence, because we couldn't get the building materials there to build it. There's eventually a little footbridge, and then, there was, but we're talking muddy wagon time.
Well, sure.
I mean, it's well documented that Old West Lawrence is newer because of the ravine. So I think some of that needs to get more articulated in the application.
When you say newer, you're talking about like 1850s development versus 1860s.
Right, most the 1850s
70s,
stuff
80s.
is
70s,
east,
Yeah.
and then especially you see most of Old West Lawrence is in the 1880s boom.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's definitely things there prior to that, but really 1860, like after the raid, there were a lot more. There's a few, but you see a little bump, and then a huge bump in the 1880s.
A lot of the pre-1860s structures
As they were able
burned down,
to
too.
navigate across the ravine, they could build more. So I think that needs to be included in this somehow, like all of this.
Yeah, so I agree with everything that's been said up here. The thought I've been having is that I think in the community there's a big disconnect about context area. And context area is, in my mind, is perceived as a tool that is used to stop projects, to slow projects, to kill projects, to whatever, to projects. And that's not what it is. I mean, the context area is a way of, as Lynn said, bringing people together in our community to talk about all of these things, about the importance of a historic building. And it's not just the buildings that are listed, it's not just the structures that are listed, but for the ones that are on the local register, it's the area that surrounds them that is important. And how does a project that we review affect that context around a local historic structure or landscape? And I don't know how we change that view, or I don't know how we clarify that view. I mean, everybody I talk to about this, I tell them, every project that comes through the Historic Resources Commission on a context review is improved by going through the process. Every single one of them.
Yeah.
And that's not something that you would see in the journal world. What you would see out in the public domain is that the Historic Resources Commission is trying to kill projects. And in my view, historic preservation is actually a development tool. It's not a tool to stop things. It's a tool to make things happen in a way that pays honor to properties and historic features that are already here and helps to cause new development to fit in with that better. And when you go to places and that hasn't happened, you know it.
Mm-hmm. It's very
And, in Lawrence, we have this forum to have this discussion. And it's really discouraging to hear that the city commission, the current city commission, doesn't understand that. And I don't know if there's a meeting that we have together with them. I think that there's a huge disconnect, and I think it serves us poorly. I think it serves the city commission poorly. I think it serves the citizens of Lawrence very poorly. And if we don't do something about it, it's going to spiral out of control. Mm-hmm. And we'll lose that public dialogue. Yeah. And we'll lose buildings, and we'll lose our history, parts of our history. We won't lose all of our history. I mean, we aren't going to tear down Old West Lawrence. But there are things that would be torn down if we didn't have a context review. Mm-hmm. So that's my opinion.
I want to second, I guess, what Phil's approach is. And I think that the huge elephant in the room, if you will, is the farmer's market. And personally speaking, again, as a historian, I would want Central Watson Train Park protected, hopefully without a big pavilion and adding all the parking problems to the Old West neighborhood. And at the same time, I would also hope that we could protect South Park for the exact same reasons, that we've lost that huge parking lot, or are losing more of that huge parking lot that's been used for all the arts and crafts fairs and events and concerts and whatnot at South Park. But using up some of that green space to create, again, a big covered pavilion where trucks can pull up and again, people can park. They're still going to have to, there still isn't enough. The farmer's market is incredibly successful. God bless it, I mean, that's part of what makes Lawrence incredible and great, is that we have a successful farmer's market. But again, I'm also on the side of protecting South Park as well, and protecting neighborhoods who would, again, be besieged with parking folks, who are shopping for vegetables. So yeah, I think it's a real conundrum. And I agree with you that maybe part of our job is to help to educate the city commission. Some of the city commissioners who don't fully understand and appreciate the role of what we do. So, yeah, that's on that.
So I am glad you brought up the farmers market issue, because, I mean, it's not, we're not reviewing that project right now.
Right.
But
right.
South Park has been used for a lot of things. Mm-hmm. We're currently working with a group on the municipal stadium.
Right.
I saw photographs earlier this week of South Park and the baseball stadium that was in South Park. Home plate was at the corner of at 11th and or 12th and Mass, right across from diagonal from the courthouse. Yeah. And there were bleachers, and there was an outfield fence. That whole corner of that part of the park was a baseball field. Mm-hmm. So, historically, it's been used for lots of things. So I wouldn't, in my mind, I haven't made any yes or no determination on a particular project, but something might be able to be done that would fit and be appropriate in the park.
Which is another conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a different fight.
Yep.
Yeah, different conversation.
You want to make a motion?
No.
So I do want to kind of gauge everybody's idea of, do we want to seek additional information?
Yes.
Yes, I think additional cultural information would be helpful.
Phil's point,
Right.
also to the state register.
Well,
Yep.
a question about that is, if it's going to be rejected by the city commission, is it worth the time to go to gather
Right,
more
that's-
information?
That's the question.
That's where I'm at. I don't think more information is necessarily going to help. I mean, it can't hurt, but it is going to push us back another month.
Or two.
Or two, and it's going to stall us having to go, again, for the city commission to take up this topic again. And I personally would rather not push the topic, delay the topic for another 2+ months.
Well, I think conversely, if we do get this extra information, particularly stuff Phil's talking about, and even if we do decide to not recommend, or what's the other one? It's not recommended.
No, yeah.
Then that information is still there. It's still collected. It's ready to go. So 5 years down the road, if the city council changes, 2 years down the road, someone who tries this again will have a much quicker time to do it because all this information will be collected. It's not particularly sucking a lot of our time, is it?
No, it would take staff time, though.
True.
And that's what was explicitly asked to not be used.
Sorry.
We have the ability to get some volunteers to take that on, so we don't have to have staff time do it.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to attempt a motion,
Okay.
maybe. I think we should ask staff for additional information regarding an IDOE, so we at least get an answer from the state if it's even eligible to go down that path. We would like to see further research on the cultural significance and the events that have happened. And look at and hopefully a volunteer can do this and not staff. Find examples of other nominations that use criteria 3, the cultural location. If this is our first go at it, I'd like to have case studies to gauge kind of what their flavor is.
And would you also like to, you mentioned earlier, investigation for criterion 1 for growth and development with the community?
I think some of that's going to percolate up based on that additional research with the events and things. So I think as that additional research happens, I think that'll answer whether it's eligible under criteria 1.
I'm confused about the third issue, because growth and development to me is growth and development of the city. Well, the park itself never grew and developed.
Well, no, it
But
developed.
It got filled in with.
Well, but it created a pattern of development. So without it, Old West Lawrence would have developed at the same pace as East Lawrence.
It's.
Well, and part of the growth and development, Commissioner Klein, is like, okay, at one point we had nothing there. Then we had spaces for horseshoe tournaments. Obviously, those aren't there anymore. We had a tennis court at one time, which I didn't know. That's no longer there. We have a basketball
field, though.
court now.
Yeah.
We have a swimming pool that we didn't have before.
The train got added.
The train got added. So the park has kind of grown with the community as our ideas of what we want from our parks have grown and developed as a community.
I'd be interested in knowing when the pavilion went up. Was that after Watson, being called Watson?
I do not, do you know the Saratoga?
Anybody in the audience?
The little park.
Yeah, the little,
The other day.
the picnic shelter, kind of.
The homeless shelter?
Yeah, well, now.
1989.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering, yeah, okay.
So all of that, I think, needs to be captured in the nomination.
Okay.
And then, are we adding on a no recommendation onto that
You don't need
motion?
to. I don't,
So we're not moving it forward?
no, we're just seeking additional information.
Okay.
That's.
So we're going to see it again in 2 months?
So how about to wrap up this this motion is just to seek additional
Okay,
information.
gotcha.
We can
Okay.
then discuss.
We
if
could do
want
another
to
motion if we
accompany
want to. Okay.
With
Sounds
a
good.
no recommendation.
Okay.
That way,
Okay. That's clean.
both can happen. Yeah. All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Now, regarding timelines, and do we want to make a motion to say no recommendation and let all this other stuff happen in the background?
I do.
Well, no recommendation until we get more information.
No,
No, those are two separate-
whatever we say, either approve, disapprove, or no recommendation, it still goes to the city commission.
Yeah.
And they get to
And staff
decide.
would recommend that you get the information that you're seeking
Yeah.
before you make a formal resolution
okay.
with a recommendation.
Right, that's,
Okay.
Simply because we've had some commissioners say, yeah, I'm good to go. Let's tell them it's okay, but we're not going to recommend it because they don't want us to. But we also have people saying, I'm not sure it meets the criteria.
Okay.
So, you know,
Okay,
you may
yeah.
get additional information and in 2 months say, it just doesn't cut it.
Okay.
You know, so staff would recommend waiting and getting that information and coming up with your final resolution and what you would like to see in that.
Okay.
Makes sense. But thank you, guys, for doing the nomination and getting this going. I do appreciate the work that's already been done. This is in no way is a critique of that.
Yeah, it's amazing.
When do we need
Isn't
to make
history
a
great?
motion to table? Do we need to make a motion to table that item?
No, we just did.
We just did, okay.
All right.
We need a beer break.
Do we want to break before we move on to everything else?
well,
No, okay. All right, so we are now, item number 3, HRC 250031 at 1112 Tennessee Street.
thank you, folks. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
So this is 1112 Tennessee Street. It's the demolition of an existing structure and new construction of the new structure. And, thank you, Kurt. And this was on your agenda last month, and the commission asked for some additional information and some time to get that information and take it into consideration before they made a determination on the application. So I'll briefly go through the application again, just to refresh your memory. It is an Oread neighborhood design guidelines review. The property is located in UC3, which is the medium density district. This is a property map showing the property location here in the center of the map in this kind of blue color, and the green indicates that medium density district. This is the structure that is being proposed to be demolished. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I do have some photos. There were additional photos in your packet. We spent some time last month talking about interior features and some of the issues with the structure. The applicant has also provided additional information about the lifting of the structure and the issues and liabilities associated with that. And so just taking a couple of looks at the structure, staff was able to send the exterior and interior photos to the State Historic Preservation Office for them to do a technical assistance, because we are a certified local government. It is not an official IDOE. It's just simply giving us technical assistance. And we'll go through the basement photos real quick. This is the floor. It's a little hard to see, but you can see how this foundation wall is falling here. What you can't really tell a lot is that this whole wing wall that's been put in there is bowing. And so the repairs that had been done in the past aren't keeping the structural steady. Some of the interior photographs I mentioned the last time that staff was under the impression when I went through that the interior configuration has been altered over time. There's still a lot of original woodwork in the structure. The floors look to be in really good condition, but there's a lot of places where the detailing, the historic fabric has been removed. And so if you look here, this room that we're standing in is the dining room now. And so the stairs go up and around and back up. And this is not typical for a house of this age and architectural style. We looked at this a little bit last time because one of the challenges for staff with this project, and also with the engineer and everyone looking at how to do a rehabilitation, is this area here between the living room and the dining room is where the most significant failure for the foundation is. So with a lot of projects, when you're working on foundation, if you're lucky, you can do external piers around the edges and gradually lift up and get your foundation fixed so that you can, you know, let it back down and good to go. When it's on the interior like this and in the condition that this is in, it's extremely difficult to remove what's there and put in a new foundation. And so I think that's some of the information that you found from the applicant in your packet. We looked at this last time and wanted to make sure everyone understood this is not demolition by neglect. The property owner bought the property in 2015, and he has continually tried to upgrade and take care of the property. And in this particular situation, it may be to his detriment, because when you drive by and even looking at the interior, it looks like it's in really good shape, and there's some really great things that are still there about it. The bad side of that is he's done such a good job that you can't see the things to the structure of the house, the things that are failing, the bones of the structure. We also found out through some research that was submitted to the HRC, and staff did some additional research. We know of at least one, possibly two fires that took place in this structure, on the upper floors in particular. So there is charring on some of the original framing of the structure.
This is an undated photo from the State Historic Preservation Office, and you can tell the form is pretty much the same, and this was probably a sleeping porch at some time that's been enclosed. So it has had alterations over time. We looked at the Sanborn maps last time, trying to get a good feel for the date of the structure. As I mentioned, the county has an early 1900s date on it, and staff thought the structure was older than that. And so we did do the Sanborn map research, and then you had a wonderful volunteer submit some information to you about the history of the property and the house, and perhaps even about the person who built the house. This is the proposed new construction should you approve the demolition of the structure. The Tennessee Street is to your left, and are we on Tennessee or Kentucky? I'm sorry, y'all just got me going the whole park. Sorry. It is a 2-unit dwelling, which is allowed in the district by the Oread neighborhood plan and also by zoning code. The unique factor for staff was that the way the architect and owner designed this particular structure, as viewing it from the street, you can't really tell it's a 2-unit structure because the way the door for the rear unit is tucked in. It would have the tray parking across the rear of the structure, but that's fairly typical in this area of the neighborhood. This is the primary elevation that would face the street. We went through the Oread neighborhood design guidelines in your staff report and marked each one, whether or not the project met the guideline or if it didn't, and if it didn't, why. The great things for staff when I get projects like this to look at is they nailed the proportion of the windows. They're taller than they are wide. They're 1/1s. The porch is simple, but it looks like a porch. You know, we have gabled roofs, which are typical in the Oread district. And so there are a lot of really good things as far as compatibility with this structure, but there are enough things about the structure, if you're driving by or walking by, you are going to recognize immediately that it is not a historic structure because of those changes and those differences. And according to the National Park Service, that is what you want with compatible new construction. This is looking at the rear of the structure, and again, it's meeting the guidelines for structure. It's got a clad foundation. It's got the lattice work where it's raised. Again, we have a typical historic window pattern on this elevation. Even with some of the smaller windows, they're still taller than they are wide. It is a very long elevation with not a lot of breakup in the mass, but with the placement of the windows and the types of windows, it really helps to break up that overall mass of this size. And then, y'all hear me just preach about windows all the time, I'm sorry. But they really make a difference because when you look at this facade, it's like, yeah, that's kind of how they did it with historic buildings as they built on. They had this kind of section and then they added some more. And but the windows proportions are correct and the placement is typical. This is what I was excited about because this is actually the side of the structure, and the door to the second unit is here, and so you don't have from the front of the building that idea that this is a 2-unit structure, and it actually meets the guidelines for this and helps it blend in better with the rest of the district. So then that brings us to staff's hardest part of the last 2 months working with this project because there is a specific guideline in the Oread Neighborhood Design Guidelines. It's Guideline D1 of Chapter 4 that says character-defining structures shall not be demolished. Well, in staff's opinion, this is a character-defining structure. It is right on the line. Could it be saved? Well, anything can be saved if you have enough money. One of the challenges for an overlay district like this, with projects like this, is that there is no financial incentive to try to offset some of the costs that are associated with the rehabilitation of a structure that needs this type of work. That's why we have the state tax credits and the federal credits, because those credits help balance out what it costs to build new versus what it takes to rehabilitate the structure. This property owner and this structure is not listed and has no ability to use financial incentives. When I spoke with the Historic Preservation Office, we had a lengthy discussion, and like staff, they are absolutely positive that if this were a historic district, this would be a contributing structure. However, for those of you who remember the 15-year Oread neighborhood plan process, we looked at those different districts, and this is one of the districts we said, there's not enough left here for a historic district. We still want to protect it to the extent that we can. That's just not going to happen here. And so that is kind of off the table. So then we talked about listing it individually. And while it's got some really good characteristics and some historic significance, when you get to the end of the day, when you have a collection of structures very similar to this in a historic district in direct proximity, trying to list one individually without some type of super significance for a person or a builder or an architect or George Washington slept there, it's really hard to make that justification to list it individually. The SHPO, with the information that we have available to them, do not think this property is individually eligible because the changes to the property, the changes to the interior, and the fact that it doesn't pass the so what test. In other words, there needs to be something special and unique about this property to be able to list it individually. Whereas when you're doing a district, it's the collective that makes that so what statement. So staff would remind you that the Oread Design Guidelines do have a section that allows the Historic Resources Commission to look at the whole situation, extenuating circumstances, if there are any, and approve projects that don't meet the letter of the guidelines. After you have your discussion about the demolition, then you will need to review the proposed new construction. And staff is of the opinion that the proposed new construction does meet the majority of the guidelines for this area of the overlay district for the Oread neighborhood. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Lynn, were you and some of the other commissioners able to tour the property?
I have toured the property. We were not able to get the other commissioners in. We did get some additional photos. So when you bring it back to your commission discussion, you may want to discuss those additional photos, the additional information from the engineering report and the liability report about raising the structure.
Okay.
Lynn, could you remind us again, or remind my memory? I mean, the remodel of the house looks gorgeous. At what point did the owners or whoever realize that the foundation was awful? And why did they go ahead with the remodeling of the upstairs without first dealing with the foundation?
Well, as with most foundations, it's been deteriorating over time.
Right.
And so it is a rentable property. They, put people in, and then when those people go out, they do an evaluation and they look at things and what happens. There was some significant failure in the plaster in the ceiling in the dining room and part of a wall, and soft spots had developed in the floor. And so once they saw that, they started looking deeper, and they called in an engineer and said, okay, can you tell us what's going on? Because the intention truly was to fix it, but you saw the engineer's report, they did not support that.
Yeah. I just find this as a key example of how, to explain it was not demolition by neglect. It was not examining and realizing that the actual problem was in the foundation and not in the roof or the floor or the, ceiling or whatever. It wasn't a patch job.
No, I mean, and that's like I said, kudos to the property owner, because in this case, it's like, that looks great, I'd live there,
Well, yeah, right.
When you start.
The renters would say the same thing. Oh, what a great place to live,
But there are so many soft spots even on the ground floor and then upstairs. I was doing the foot front walk, where you tap before you step. There were several pretty significant soft spots and significant sloping to the floors.
Right, okay.
Any other questions? No. Is the applicant present?
Hi, I'm Jared Hoke of Hokeley Architects. Did you have any questions for me, or would you like me to speak a little bit?
I mean, yeah, we heard, this came during the last meeting. Was it last month's meeting or 2 months ago?
Last month, yeah.
So, Jared, would you hit the high points of the engineer's report and then the additional information about lifting the structure?
Yeah, so we reached back out to Apex engineers to have them come back out and retour the house and give an assessment as to whether they saw any additional settling. They did see some, and they took more measurements. The high points really are that they started to look at what would be the process that would be required to save the house and rebuild the foundation. In a typical historic home, you could simply lift up the house, tear out the old foundation, build a new foundation, set it back down. The issue with this house is that it has 3 or 4 different systems of framing, and they're all discontinuous.
Right.
So in order to actually lift the house, you would have to find a way to build an entirely new floor system underneath the first floor, to then find a way to slip the cribbing underneath to lift the house. Additionally, you would have to create a system of permanent shoring because the second floor is also deflecting so much that would have to be somehow stabilized and carry a whole new load path down to the new foundation, which would somehow be built under a new floor framing system. So there was a lot of, I guess, unknowns of how this could actually be done. And then the other concern was, if we're doing all that, the construction workers that are performing the work are actually going to have to do it from underneath. They're going to be underneath this structure as it's lifted up and it has discontinuous load paths with toe-nailed connections. The engineer and the house lifting subcontractor didn't feel that that was safe. The subcontractor, to the point, said that I wouldn't touch this house. I would not accept the liability or the risk of having any of my employees underneath this house as it's being lifted. And then our concern, too, is you do get this thing lifted, and what happens if it falls down?
Yeah.
It's going to fall. I mean, there's a house next to it that is in the context area. It could fall into that house, and now we have damaged, destroyed, another house. So it just seems as though the risks are so high, and the construction methodology to do this is so complex that, I mean, we honestly don't know how it could be done.
Right.
So it just, it seems unfortunate, but at the same time, we don't want to have anybody at risk. And whose liability is that? Like, I would walk away from the project as an architect if we were forced to do a rehabilitation, because I would not stamp the drawings. There's too many red flags. So I feel like we do have to measure risk and liability when it comes to saving and preserving historic structures.
And again, there's no historic anything, either inside or outside of the house, that could be saved or salvaged for something?
Lynn asked that when she visited the house. The windows could be salvaged and given to a salvage company.
Okay.
But they can't be, they can't be used for the new construction.
Got it, sure.
Because once we go to new construction, they'd have to meet new energy codes, and, they had a lot of character. They didn't have a lot of performance.
Right, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Would the owner be willing to do that? Or be willing to let someone come in and take the windows?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Jared, so the basement with the concrete at the bottom, do you think the basement was excavated, that it might have been shallow
Yeah,
and then
it seemed like
extended down?
It seemed like it was initially a cellar.
Okay.
And then they put a 2-foot tall knee wall in. I don't know if that was to extend the height of the basement or if it was to provide additional stability. But that 2-foot tall concrete plinth, that's cracked as well. That's bowing.
Just from the photos, it looks like it was extended down.
Yeah.
It's similar to the turn hall that
Yeah.
extended down.
Wow.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. All right, we will open this up for public comment. If there is any. Is there any public comment online, just in case? I doubt it, but.
I don't see any here.
Yeah, okay. So we got some stuff to discuss. Do we want to start with the demolition?
Well, it's already been said, yeah, it's beyond hope, and so I think we can just go for a motion.
Yep, I agree.
I do want to make sure everybody sees the LPA, the Lawrence Preservation Alliance letter. That's in the communications. It must have come,
And staff report agrees with the findings that.
What page?
57. So if you have the.
57?
So if you have the agenda item report open, it's 57.
50. No, that's the
Yeah.
previous thing.
Yeah, you're,
I don't know where you're at.
Yeah.
I have no idea where you're at.
It's the,
I'm in the packet.
okay, yeah.
So in the packet, it's page 190.
There
Thank
go.
you.
Thank you.
I've been reading stuff in the afternoons now, knowing that stuff is coming in late.
For those of you who haven't looked at the packet and what we're looking at, LPA wrote a letter. So it says specifically, accordingly, given staff's conclusion that the core structure is a character-defining structure in the neighborhood, we believe that Oread Design Guidelines 4D1 should be enforced and a demolition permit for the entire structure should be denied. They go on to say that the additions could be removed, including the porch on the front, and that would alleviate a little bit of the risk by removing the most kind of damaged portion of the structure, because they are additions. Yes.
So is there a motion? There's not a motion yet.
Not yet, no.
Okay. I mean, in an ideal world, from a historic preservation standpoint, we'd find a way to help keep this old historic property owner for us to push the no demolition issue. Yeah.
Yeah, it would make it very complex to ask the owner to remove the additions and the porch, then apply to be on the local historic, on the registry. State national registry, and then apply for the tax credits to revitalize the structure. Because even removing those additional, those additions that have been made on doesn't automatically guarantee.
Right, and an
time commitment.
Yeah, and an addition onto a listed historic building needs to be subordinate to the listed the listed portion, the historic portion. So you wouldn't be able to have as large of an addition, probably that's even currently there.
As much as it pains me, I think due to all these extenuating circumstances, I think it's terribly unfortunate to lose this house. But based on all these factors that we've heard and have been reported, I think we're kind of at an impasse and would need to let them demolish the structure.
Yeah.
Sadly. Oh, no, go ahead.
Quickly, as I understand it, the structure is currently a rental property, and plans to continue being a rental property, is the plan. So if we make the decision to not demolish, then the owner's left in a situation of Band-Aiding. I doubt the money would be put in to go for the full restoration, or the full plan. So you're gonna end up with a really cool house that would be great in that historical district that's slowly but surely falling apart. There's no way to fix it. And it will continue falling apart until it just ends up being torn down anyways. I think we're better off, the city's better off getting something new in there now that meets the requirements that we can approve than to continue with this that we all just know is going downhill.
We could have a moment of silence for it.
Don't be alarmed if you find some wreaths and like flowers in the yard.
I mean, again, if there's anything that could be salvaged to be reused, at the restore, that would be helpful.
All right, so is there a motion?
Go for it, Stan.
Is it written somewhere? No.
Yep.
In the agenda packet, or like.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's where it was.
Well, I could, if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
I could, okay.
There we
I
go.
agree with, we move that as much as we despise demolishing historic properties, that this particular property is beyond salvation, and that the proposed new structure does meet the development.
No, we're not there yet.
Not
We're
yet.
not there yet. So what are we saying?
Okay,
So that
how about
we
this? I'll just
approve
read straight from the
demolition?
agenda.
That's what I was reading.
I move that the commission has examined the whole situation, and due to extenuating circumstances, we approve the demolition permit based on the condition of the structure and the loss of historic fabric is just not there.
I'll second that motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Now, the new construction project. Good job on the design. I've got some issues with the overall mass of it. It seems more appropriate for across the street than it does for where it's at. I think, going from, what is it, like 1,800 square feet to roughly 5,000 square feet, that's a pretty big jump. I know it's permitted. Is there any way to shrink it down a little bit so it's more scaled to the rest of the houses on that street and regain some of the setbacks? So the setbacks are more in line with what's happening on that block? Because right now you're going from about like 22 feet between houses, and it's going to go down to about 9. So like there's a way to retain the setbacks, so basically side yards, and shrink it down a little bit.
I mean, it's meeting the Oread neighborhood guideline setback, so it has five to one side and 15 to the other.
I get that, but this is like a 250% jump in size. So it seems disproportionate. I know it's possible. I'm just asking if there's any way to shrink it down.
I would say no.
I figure that's what you're going to say. Stan, do you have any feelings on its overall mass?
I mean, I would, if it's street mass, I mean, I would consider looking at an alternative roof option. That would be basically a hip going back from the front, so we didn't have basically a double gable facing the street.
Yeah. I knew this was going to be a tough one. You're doubling the size of the footprint.
I am, and by code, I'm allowed to. So,
Anybody else have anything to say?
and I've also designed it to meet the guidelines of the Oread neighborhood. So,
Like I said, overall, it looks good. It feels like, like most streets kind of have a rhythm of anchors on the, like, it seems more appropriate for a corner lot than in the middle of the block
yeah.
for its mass. That's my opinion.
I have a question for Lynn. Is this new proposed structure, is this an example of the type of new construction that is allowed under the new revised land development code that was previously not allowed? Okay.
Which is what the intent of the Oread design guidelines was meant to prevent.
Yeah.
So it's like, the whole intent of the Oread design guidelines was to shield it from this happening. That's where I'm stuck.
This neighborhood and this block, it's a mixture of, these older historic structures, and then a couple doors down, it's a very modern, fourplex that was constructed before the overlay district and before, the HRC. We're going to see a lot more of these.
Yes, we are.
We are. Yeah.
And, really, I think something's got to give with the new land development code that's gone into place, and a lot of these infill developments. I mean, they're just going to be larger because they're going to be 2-unit structures on previously single dwelling structures.
This is a 10-bedroom unit, or collectively.
But that's what the land development code allows.
It's definitely maximizing ROI of the lot.
Right. I mean, and the question for the HRC is, compatibility with the Oread neighborhood, not whether there's an agreement of how many bedrooms there are, or if it's too massive for what was there before. It's how it meets with the guidelines.
Yeah.
And the last 2 meetings, the agenda report said that it met the guidelines. So I have a hard time standing here thinking that, are we now going to go to the design review when we could have done that last month? I don't want to waste another month. If we do that, then we'll go to the city commission.
Yep.
So, Jared, is there anything easy on the north facade that could help break that side up? That seems to be the side that is the least compatible with the neighborhood.
Yeah, and I actually did that on purpose since it was the side that was closest to the
Yeah, there is a
property line.
house. Yeah, there's a house that's pretty close.
Yeah, and that house is not meeting current setbacks, so. I mean, there could be material changes.
Well, I'm even thinking like up on the second story, if the second story had a 1-foot pop out on that north side from those 2 bedrooms to create kind of a smaller cross gable that broke up that facade.
Yeah, I looked at something like that.
I mean, it wouldn't even have to carry down to the first story, so it doesn't change the foundation. It really just changes the roof line and changes the entire flat surface on that, or potentially at that staircase in the front unit. It was a pretty common element to cantilever the landing out a couple of feet and pop a nice little window in that with a, I think if something like that was done, I think it would be difficult to argue the density and the scale, because the new development code has really set the rules on that.
Yeah.
And we're trying to work within that.
And I actually did look at popping the stair out and contacted the planners, and they said that it's not allowed to extend into the setback. So that would require the entire building to be shifted.
So that doesn't sound correct.
I know, that's what I thought too. I thought the stair landing.
Does that sound correct, Lynn?
Okay, well, under the old code, I think you could go into the setback 2 feet, but I don't know about
Right.
this. We would have to check the exceptions. I
Okay.
don't know if they changed or
Because the
not.
egress window wells already go into the setback.
Yes, they're an exception.
They're an
They're
exception.
allowed to go
Okay.
in.
Yeah, because they're basically at grade.
Okay.
Basically, the code's is stating that no occupiable space can extend into the setback. And so the stair landing is considered the occupiable space, so.
Oh, so that's a building code and not the land development code.
No, this was the land development code, so overhangs, roof overhangs, those can extend the 2 feet, but I was told that an occupiable landing cannot.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what if the bay that's on the south side didn't pop out and you were able to slide it a foot to the south and then do the pop out on the north?
It seems to work better on the south.
It would still have the gable on the south. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I kind of put the energy on the yard side, right?
Right, yeah.
Large side?
Yeah.
Large yard side,
Yeah.
there we go.
Okay.
I think we are all at the point, you've done all that you can under the guidelines given, and I do like how it looks. Overall, I'm very pleased with it. You've got the right fenestration patterns and rhythms, the proportions are all right. I like your material choices.
Now, I live 3 blocks south of this, and there are some winners in there. Let me tell you, some beautiful pieces of whatever. They kind of need to go. So I agree, it's too big, but it's definitely going to be an addition to what the neighborhood looks like. I think it will fit in fine, given the size.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have a motion?
And so Jared, if y'all want to look at that in table 20-2-3 permitted setback encroachments, it is still in there about bay windows, balconies, and chimneys can encroach 2 feet, provided that the features do not occupy in the aggregate more than 1/3 the length of the building wall on which they are located.
Yeah, and when I asked about if this was considered a bay window, they said it was not.
Because the stair landing was in there?
Correct.
Oh, it's only because the floor extends out. So you could come up off of the floor, create a little seat, and then pop that
We could do
out
that,
higher
yes.
than that.
Yeah, we could do
And then
that.
that would be compliant. I think that would look beautiful on that north side. Will you do that? No.
This is not an ARC meeting.
Do a drawing, show it to him, he'll like it.
Your occupants will love it.
They would. Thanks for clarifying, Lynn.
Thank you. Motion?
Are we in agreement to approve it without conditions? Okay. I will move that the commission, that this proposed project meets the intent of the development and design standards in the Oread Neighborhood Design Guidelines, and approve the project, noting the exception granted for not meeting the front and side yard setbacks.
Second?
I would second that.
Okay. All those approve, say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Passes unanimously. All right. Item number 4. HRC 250010, 901 Missouri.
Have we seen this one before? Have we seen 901 before?
No, we have not.
Okay.
I think he teaches.
It's an empty lot,
Well, you're not going to.
but I have a historic point to make.
Ah,
I say we table 901 Missouri till next month.
You'll get his.
Well,
They passed Tuesday. They already did
Was it
the
easy?
second. Well, they did the second reading. Yeah.
I'm hungry.
Yep. I watched it.
Ready?
Yep.
This is 901 Missouri Street. It is new construction for, if you looked in your staff report, and for some of you who were here a couple years ago, this was a blighted property with multiple structures on it and multiple living units. Well, the living part was a little questionable when I did the site visit. When the owner decided to develop the property after the new land development code was adopted, there was a section in the Oread design guidelines that did not allow a 2-unit dwelling on a lot unless it had over 7,000 square feet. So a couple of months ago, we did a text amendment, if you recall, to the Oread neighborhood design guidelines, and recommended that to the Planning Commission, who recommended to the City Commission unanimously to adopt that text amendment. 2 weeks ago, it was at the City Commission meeting, and they did adopt the text amendment. Second reading was this Tuesday, and it got approved on second reading. So as soon as it is published, the guidelines will be updated, and that section has altered to say that with the 2026 Oread design guidelines, if the property is vacant at the time of adoption, they are allowed to have a 2-unit dwelling on the site. So that is the case for 901 Missouri Street. It also requires a certificate of approval because it is located in the context area of the Johnson Block Historic District, which is north across 9th Street. I'm going to go through pretty quickly. If you want me to slow down, let me know, but we saw some of this stuff in the last couple of months. So here highlighted in the blue is the subject property. The rest of the block is developed. This kind of yellowy color you see is the overlay district. The blue, of course, is the Johnson Block Historic District. And then the circle is the 250-foot context area. This is a view of the property as it is fairly recently before we had all the snow. And you can see that it's been vacant, and this is the proposed, this is the original proposed that was in your packet. We're going to talk about a new, little bit of an alteration to it for a revised site plan, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but it is one single structure with the front porch. This is the primary elevation of the structure. Going through your staff report, it appears to meet the majority of the design guidelines. We'll talk a little bit about the setbacks with the site plan, but if you noticed in staff's evaluation, it does not meet some of the setbacks that are identified in the guidelines. Staff did an analysis of the block face of this block in this district of the Oread UC1,
And this block does not conform to those overall guidelines that we adopted for the whole district. That's not unusual because what happened when we were doing the design guidelines, we took the majority for the area. And so there are always going to be little streets or pockets where you've got some things that don't fit in that specific pattern. And so when staff looked at the setbacks for this block, there was a pretty good variation, and the proposed setbacks for this structure fall within that. If you'll notice, they're meeting the guidelines, covering the foundation, using appropriate materials and roof pitch. It is a very large structure, so that's something to keep in mind. It is a corner lot, and even though it's a narrow lot, corner lots tend to present larger structures better than interior lots because you have so much open space around them. When you were looking at your certificate of approval review, the only concern staff has for the whole project is the front porch being a 2-story front porch. If you look at the rest of the area, particularly since this is the certificate of approval I'm talking about, if you look at the context area and also the structures that are in the historic district, we don't have this type of architectural detail in the area. This is not something that is typical for this area historically. And then this is the side elevation. Again, I'm going to go about the windows because that's what's important, but they chose the right types of windows. They're taller than they are wide. When they're paired correctly with the separation. In this case, they even chose to do some simulated divided lights to help bring a little character. You've got a gable here with the boards and all kind of giving you a breakup in that mass. Here's the rear of the structure. Again, you have a really good choice of windows. Some of the walls are a little blank that you probably typically wouldn't see in a historic structure, but this faces an alley. And then again on that south side of the structure, the really good fenestration pattern, a typical roof pattern, the foundation's covered with the stone, it's on a raised platform. The only concern again for staff is the second level of the porch. Just kind of wanted to give you an idea of what the streetscape looks like. The house that's directly to the south is a 2-story house. And so with this house being a little bit larger than 2-story, it should blend in fairly well with that structure. But then as you look along the rest of the street, you'll see they're all 1-story porches, even when it's a 2-story house. This is the county photo of the house next door, so you could get a little bit better feeling for it. It is a large structure, and it does have a high-pitched roof and some detailing that should help, even though the new structure will likely be viewed larger. This is kind of a step down till you get to some the other smaller structures in the block. So staff is recommending that you find the proposed project meets the standards of review in Chapter 22, Section 22507, and the design criteria in Chapter 22, Section 22508, and issue the certificate of approval for the proposed project with the condition that the front porch be reduced to a 1-story porch and allow staff to review that change with the building permit. For the Oread neighborhood design guidelines, staff is recommending that you find that the proposed project meets the intent of the revised 2026 edition Oread Neighborhood Design Guidelines and approve the project, noting the exception granted for not meeting the front and side yard setbacks because the setbacks proposed by the project are within the range of setbacks for the built environment in this block of the district. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
I noticed a huge tree next to the house next door. Is that tree plus all the trees on the property going to be, need to be destroyed in order to build this home?
I'll defer to Paul, but more than likely, because they're in, and the one on the corner, this one is probably not going to be disturbed. It may actually be on the parking, on the other lot.
I'm just thinking in terms of this, those trees are pretty mature, and I'm just imagining that a lot of bulldozing will happen that will cut into the canopy of will cut into the roots of the canopy of the trees and could possibly destroy the trees. Kill the trees, let me put it that way.
This one may be able to be protected, although it is probably already stressed because it doesn't have a lot of area for its roots. And then in the earlier photo, if you look here, a lot of this is volunteer growth. And as a matter of fact, when the previous structure was there, some of it was growing through
but
the
that's what I'm
structure.
talking about, the tree in the front on
This
the
one.
easement.
Well,
as
and
well
this
as
one
the-
is in, yes, it's in the right of way. They may be able to save that one.
Okay,
I
but
would
then I was-
just
but then I was-
caution that because it doesn't have a lot of space in that right of way, it may already be compromised.
Well, again, it's the roots that matter, you know, and not running into the bark and shredding it when you're constructing. But I was also looking at, again, the huge mature tree that's really close next to the neighbor's house.
Yeah, it is.
It's on their property, but I'm just saying that the roots of that tree will extend into where you're digging.
Pretty sure they're not going to deliberately damage.
Well, there's nothing you can
roots.
do about it. You know, I'm just asking, I'm just saying, trees die. I care about trees. Go ahead.
Question for you, Lynn. In looking at this application, I only see the floor plan for the first floor plan. Unless I'm missing something, I'm going to assume that the second floor plan is identical.
Do we not have the, I'll go back and check and see if I forgot to put that in. I apologize. It's similar, isn't it?
Okay, I guess I'll ask the applicant when they come up about that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lynn.
Thank you.
Applicant?
Yeah, you should just be able to click through till you get to yours, just
These
the right.
guys?
Yeah, or the mouse, either one.
All right, Paul Warner Architects, we're finally up. You guys had a long night. So I would like you guys to see what was there. Maybe it's not relevant, but this is what it looked like several years ago when my client bought it at an auction, because this person clearly didn't care to take care of it. As Lynn already pointed out, there's trees growing through it. Lovely tarp on top of the building. You know, that's what it was.
Yeah.
And a triplex. But we're over. We finally figured out what a 2-unit dwelling is, and we did the text amendment, so everybody's happy about that. It has taken a long time to get here. I wish Lynn liked 2-story porches, but we'll talk about that here. I do feel like almost the condition, I feel like it's like a bite out of the apple, that we got to change something, so let's figure out what we can change. But at least we're in agreement on everything else. This is our last step. That we've had the building permit in for months. Once you guys approve it, they're going to issue the building permit, and we need that because we need to get this done by August, or we're kind of running out of time. I won't talk about the plot plan. Lynn already addressed it, that we meet the land development code. We have moved it back a little bit from what she first saw. We need to figure out the lovely portal that we all love so much and why you didn't get the updates when we submit the updates, but we will worry about that later. So setbacks were good. Again, the main thing Lynn brings up is the report is the porch. I really wish Lynn liked two-story porches. So,
I do in New Orleans.
Huh?
I do in New Orleans.
Well, it's not New Orleans. Hold on. So, I was under the impression we're not necessarily supposed to, recreate historic structures or copy everything. Two-story porches don't have to be everywhere to be allowed somewhere. She already mentioned, we are on a corner. 9th Street is a very busy street. I think a larger structure fits there. I think that's more prominent as it fits with the guidelines. I appreciate Lynn including the pictures on Arkansas to compare to show the two-story porches. Of course, we don't love that because it shows that a developer built the same thing like 5 times in a row, which is kind of what we don't love. I wish she had included the ones on Mississippi, because there's 4 structures on Mississippi between 9th and 10th Street that all have two-story porches. And I know it's in a different district, but there's not exactly a huge sign that says, hey, this is District 1, this is District 3. We all get that, but there are 4 structures closer to this. I would argue 9th Street is way busier than Mississippi, and if that's allowed on Mississippi, why can't it be allowed on 9th Street? I actually pulled out an old book today, The Field Guide to American Houses. So there's 8 major periods depicted in this book, and there's 36 specific periods that are broken into those 8. Out of the 36 periods in the book, there's 34 of them show pictures of houses with two-story porches. That's from the middle 1600s to today. It's not everywhere, but 34 out of 36 periods had examples of houses with two-story porches. The reason we're really pushing so hard for this, as you've already noted, the first floor and the second floor are identical. And so the tenants the kids on the first floor get a front porch and a back patio, and the guys on the second floor get nothing if we don't have that second porch. So in comparison to the tenants, we really like the idea of the second-story porch. Commissioner asked about the trees. So the good part about this is it's a slab. It's not a basement. There used to be a basement there when we dug all that out. The other structure was a slab closer to the property line. I think the plot plan does show that big tree you're concerned about is on the neighboring property.
Right.
The other tree is in the right-of-way, which, so we are 25 feet away from that, but it is a slab. So, we're going down with a trench footing 3 feet, not a 9-foot basement, which would clearly make a better difference. I'm happy to answer any questions. We really like the idea of the two-story porch. I think it's fair for the tenants. I think it works better. It's on a corner. It's on a busy street. I feel like my client deserves some credit for everything he's been through and tearing down that building, and this would make everybody happy. So happy to answer any questions. Yep.
My first question, the reason why I asked about the plans for the second floor and if it's identical to the first floor plan is, would it be possible to flip it where the second floor porch is on the west side of the structure, like facing towards the alley, so that you don't have the double porch in the front, and maybe you'll just flip the floor plan 180 degrees.
Yeah, but everything stacks. The bedrooms, the bathrooms, the living room.
Right.
I wish it was that easy. I appreciate the thought, but we want the porch off the living room, kitchen area, and that wouldn't stack over the area below, which makes it really complicated.
So, fortunately, we have Google Maps on our computers here. So I'm going up and down Mississippi Street. I think the difference between the ones the two-story porches on the west side of Mississippi between 9th and 10th are that they're more integrated into the roof line of the building. And some of them actually step back a little bit, whereas in this case, on the 901 design, it's essentially a two-story onto a flat wall. Right? There's a 1 foot offset, but these other ones are sort of kind of tucked into the corner of a two-story thing. So it's not like a two-story.
Keep going. Go all the way to 10th.
I know. Go all the way to 10th. Okay, let me go all the way down there.
On the southwest corner of 10th and Mississippi.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that one's not tucked in quite as much.
And cantilevers and overhangs.
And it's got some pretty heavy timber stuff on it.
No, you're right.
But the roof connects to the main roof. I mean, it's the continuation of the hip. So it doesn't have, even though it's a little more just tacked onto it, but the roof is integrated more. And I guess in my mind, that's the piece that's different, is that the roof line is not integrated into the design. It feels like it's just tacked onto the front.
Of course, that's when, the setbacks and now the different things we can do with the porch. So those were all stuck with the setback counting at the same.
Yeah. So is there an attic space? There's a window up in the...
I mean, it's a fake window.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Stan.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm with you on this whole, trying to figure out the roof portion of this. What if the roof on that second portion was removed and it becomes just a second-story balcony?
Oh, well, that's a potential. I mean, the house that...
Should be exposed to the elements?
Yeah.
I mean, they could do an awning over the window and an umbrella.
So, yeah. I mean, the Coleman house right across from the Oread Inn.
Yeah.
Right on the corner, has a big second porch roof on top of the front porch.
I thought you were going the other way, the apartment
building. No, it
on the
has
corner with all the decks.
Yeah, I know.
They're all stacked on top of each other.
I'm thinking of
right there.
I'm thinking of the
good example.
The Coleman.
Use that one. I don't know. It feels like, I don't know whether it's nitpicky or whatever, and I just feel like we shouldn't have to find a ton of examples to just have one. And I get the deck idea. Clearly sitting out there on a deck is not the same as sitting under a cover.
I would like to come up with a solution tonight.
Yeah, I know. I would too. I mean, would you be willing to look at a different porch roof design that might integrate better with the main roof?
I would rather that than eliminate it.
Yeah.
Is it the shed roof bothers you?
Yeah, it's the shed roof. Yeah. It's the shed.
Yeah,
It's the shed roof. Yeah.
See, because it just makes it so heavy. It's just, it's on the front and it's just in your face.
Yeah, and I don't think...
I'd argue it's lighter because it's going this way versus a bigger gable.
Yeah. Well, you see, I don't think a big gable would look right either.
No, No, I'm with you on combining the roofs.
I mean, it'd almost be better if the porch slid over to the corner and the main roof hipped around and became the porch roof.
Sliding the porch north?
Yeah.
To that corner?
Yeah. Yeah.
We could do that.
And then hipping that corner of the gable,
I'd hip
maybe?
the roof.
I don't know. That might... It's easy to throw out ideas, but then when you draw it and it looks stupid, then you don't want to do that. So, I don't know, is there a path forward that we can approve it, and, I mean, I'd like them to get their permit, but I'd also like to have a little
Yeah, we are under the gun.
input on
It's
the,
either
yeah, I
fine or
understand,
we're
yeah.
done.
Yeah, I understand.
I mean, I don't want to
sure.
throw all this on Lynn, but I am happy to come up with different concepts.
Yeah.
On what you just said.
Yeah.
And I feel like either we can integrate the roof or we can't.
Mm-hmm.
And if we can't, it becomes a deck. And if we can,
Mm-hmm.
we can keep it covered.
Commissioner Hernly, and to your question, yes, you can approve it with the condition that Paul or the architect and I look at alternatives to see if there's something that would be more appropriate, and if not, approve it with the 2-story porch if that's, it sounds like that's kind of where you're going. And then, Paul, we could go ahead and approve the building permit with the condition that we work out the porch before,
Yes,
because the
'cause
footings will.
we don't need the porch figured out yet.
No, you
Yes,
don't.
Yeah, I'm just
we've
saying,
got
you
time.
can go
No,
ahead
that would
and
be-
get all your stuff done, and we can work
That
it
would
out.
be awesome, yes.
Yep. I'm cool with that.
Would you like to make a motion? Or is there any further discussion?
I just wanted to make a historical point and say that this former house was the home of Reverend George N. Jackson, who was the longtime pastor of the 9th Street Baptist Church.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm not going to argue with what should go on the house, but I'm going to imagine just a little tiny square of stained glass that could be reminiscent of Reverend Jackson's ministry. That's all.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it.
Had no idea, yeah. Like when
Yeah,
we
he's-
saw it, you
he's
saw
a
how far
major-
it was gone.
And he began the ministry around 1910 or so, so I'm not sure exactly when he moved into what was the building, but
Do we want to table this for next month?
He might have been in the.
No.
It's got to be in the back, the house.
I don't think he was in the building we were looking at. If you look in your staff report, there were like 3 structures.
Yeah, and that's what,
That's
right.
the picture Lynn has in the staff report.
But I'm
is the house.
a big person on the historic site, that he walked that property and the sidewalk and whatever. So, no big deal.
Motion?
Okay, so I would make a motion that we find that the proposed project meets the standards of review in Chapter 22, Section 22507, and the design criteria in Chapter 22, Section 22508, and issue the certificate of approval for the proposed project with the condition that the architect review the front porch roof design with city staff and be approved by the Historic Resources Administrator after release of the building permit.
Second?
Could I make a comment?
We've already closed public
Oops,
comment,
sorry.
and we have a motion on the floor.
You haven't done.
Oh, well, sorry.
Public comment.
I thought we did.
Okay.
Jeez, I'm so sorry. That is
what I
entirely
thought.
my fault. It's late night, I guess. I am so sorry, sir.
Kyle's been incredibly patient.
My name's Kyle Thompson. I'm the chair of the Oread Residents Association. And I just wanted to thank Lynn, and for the first time ever, Paul. And the applicant.
A historic moment.
For meeting with us and allaying our concerns about the original text amendment, which I talked about a couple months ago. And at some point, I digitized all the Oread houses in the 1898 book, and a lot of them have second floor porches. So.
Hey.
Well, I need.
Well, let's see the photos. Yeah, let's look at those.
All right, now we're going to close public comment and return to the motion on the floor.
No, there's no other public comment? Oh,
Doesn't-
you closed it. Okay, great, okay.
You can verify, but it doesn't look like it.
Yep.
Okay.
It's late.
All right. Is there
I'll still second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
No, you still got one more.
Thank you.
One more.
Yeah, no, wait,
have two
so,
more.
no, we have a second motion,
Prayers.
don't we?
Oh, wait, yeah.
We have to vote Oread design guidelines?
With the
Yeah.
exception of, in
No, that was certificate of
Yeah,
approval.
you have to do them both together or two separate.
Okay, well, we didn't do them together, so let's
thought
do
you
the
did
second.
them together.
No. Okay, so I move that we approve this, this is the second reading of the ordinance.
Well, it's already been read, and so if you just omit that first sentence.
Okay.
And then.
We find that
the word 2026 say revised.
Okay. I move that we find that the proposed project meets the intent of the development and design standards of the Oread Design Neighborhood Design Guidelines, current edition, for the Oread Neighborhood Design Overlay District, and approve the property, noting the exception granted for not meeting the front and side yard setbacks because the setbacks proposed by this project are within the range of setbacks for the built environment in this block of the district.
Second that motion.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. All right.
two more.
Isn't there only,
Item number 5, HRC 250033 at 300 Mississippi.
This project is the review of a demolition of an existing dwelling unit and new construction of a dwelling unit on the lot. It is a certificate of approval because the property is located in the context area of the Zimmerman House located at 304 Indiana Street. This is your location map showing you where the house is located. If you notice, it's right here in the light blue, and so the context area clips the back half or a third of the property, but it also does clip the existing structure, so the whole property gets reviewed under the context review. This is the existing structure. I apologize, it's a little blurry. This is the one from the county, but we have a couple of others that you can look at. Just trying to give you an idea of the scale of the lot, and we'll look at the plat in just a minute. But this is the existing structure. Walking around, I did not do the interior of the structure. There are some interior photos in your packet. Just based on what is here now and some of the previous photos and the way things are on the exterior, it appears that the structure has been altered several times. This is actually looking from Mississippi Street, so you can see how deep the lot is, and it's a very small house just in that one portion. This was the KHRI photo for the property, and you can notice the difference in the siding. The windows have been altered because they don't look like this anymore. The roof pitch has likely been altered. Looking at the floor and the way that the structure is laid out, and then some of the information provided by the applicant, it looks like this may have started out as a much smaller structure and had rooms added over time. We do not have Sanborn fire insurance maps to document that, unfortunately, but we do have the West Lawrence plat. And if you zoom in for this block, this is the area we're talking about right here. And so you see part of the land and parcels had been sold at the time of the plat. So they were kind of making things work a little bit. And so you'll see that like this was, these dashed lines, those are going to be lot lines, or it could be one big parcel. It is interesting to notice some of the names on here. I just thought that was fun, so I added it. But, you know, you have Howe and Zimmerman and Seal, and, you know, so it was,
Yep.
they were buying property to
They were the
speculate
rich white guys.
on. And so here's some photos that the applicant provided, so you can see the condition of the house and why the staff thinks there have been significant alterations over time. Obviously, these siding patterns don't match those that were in the KHRI photo. There's some issues with the foundation failing. And then if you look at the few interior photos, you can see that there is minimal to no interior architectural detailing left in the house. The proposed structure is a little bit unique. So what the intent is, and we'll have the applicant talk about this a little bit more, but perhaps to make 2 lots out of this like were shown on that original plat, so we can have infill in this area that is, you know, that's our goal, is to get as much infill in the city as we can. And this is a really good project for that. The house is within the setbacks of the context area. The garage is detached, which really made me happy when this came through. And we'll just take a quick look. If you look at, this is the primary elevation, and it looks like a modern, very nice cottage that is pretty typical in this neighborhood. Looking at the side elevation, this is what will face the street. And so you have some of those details that you know staff is always looking for, with the gabled roofs and the windows, although the fenestration pattern's not typical of what you would have seen on a little house like this. It does have windows that are similar to what would have been as you move forward from the 1940s into the 80s and those types of things. So it's within some of the patterns. This neighborhood had got a lot of duplex growth and individual housing growth in like the 80s, so you've got some of that in the neighborhood. This is much better designed. They've got detailing in the gabled end. They've got the garage that has an accent, and there are window wells that you see here. And then this is the back of the house. You know, they carried the detail around to all 4 sides. The windows are taller than they are wide. They've got, you know, some of the detailing on the structure. And this will face the south side of the structure. Again, probably not as much fenestration as you would have on a historic structure. It is a modern structure, and these kind of telltale signs help people make that differentiation between the old and the new that the Park Service is very keen for us to help with new, modern, compatible construction. The applicant provided a rendering, and I included that because when I look at this, I think it's perfect for this neighborhood and this location. So staff is recommending that you find that the proposed project meets the standards of review in Chapter 22 and issue the certificate of approval for the proposed project. If you look in your staff report, there's a section on the demolition of the existing structure. And what the Historic Resources Commission should be looking at for a demolition proposal. Staff does not think the existing structure is character defining for the context area, and does not meet those items that are identified to maintain a structure. And so when you go past that, if a compatible new replacement structure is proposed, then the Historic Resources Commission can approve the demolition. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions for Lynn? No? Okay. Is the applicant present?
Is there anything that you would like to add beyond what Lynn had presented?
No, I think she covered it all.
I think it's great.
So help me with the elevation. So your sheet, what number is this? No, it doesn't. Sheet doesn't have a sheet number. The one that has the elevations and the renderings on it. So the elevation of the front elevation skeletal, the gable end portion of the roof seems to stand very proud of the little kind of gable over the front porch area. But in the rendering, it kind of disappears. So I'm wondering, is that an optical illusion? And like, which one's more true?
They're the exact same drawing.
All right, can we pull that up? Stan, you might be able to help with this. Like, if this is just an optical illusion, because there's seems to be two very different roof.
Okay, so here is the rendering, and so you can see this is a sidewall, so this is projecting.
Right, but so like the amount of roof on the gable end, like see how you don't see it past this front facing gable? But on the elevation drawing, you see a whole lot more roof.
Oh, right, yeah.
And so I'm wondering
That's
like
the-
what,
That's the angle on the perspective.
Right,
So it's
so-
standing close and it's a wider angle.
so the
But-
black and white skeletal is more accurate to as-built,
Well,
to be built?
not, I mean, on the elevation, it just looks flat where it's actually, tilted away from you. So
Right.
it's not going to feel as big as that.
It's just overall, the pitch of the roof just looks really heavy.
Is there any space in the attic?
No.
Okay.
We can take it down.
Yeah, it might be okay. It's a little bit lower pitch on that main roof.
It
And
just
without
seems
affecting it very much at all. Yeah,
really heavy.
yeah. I'm curious about the windows on the front at the stairway. Have you looked at the sill height of those windows relative to the stair landing? They look a little low.
Yeah.
Where?
Oh, no, those are going down.
Yeah.
Okay, my head was backwards. Okay.
Sorry.
I was like,
Yeah, okay. I wanted to go up to that great big attic
There you go.
and see what's up there.
And I think, you could lower that some, but, then
Yeah, no,
I think it
no,
would mess with your side proportions a little bit, so
Yeah,
that's going to be a
probably wouldn't want to.
trade-off.
You wouldn't want to go too much. Is that what's the current pitch on that?
I usually don't use anything more than like a 6. It's probably
Oh.
just got to be too deep.
A little wide. Yeah.
So I assume the porta potty is while you're constructing, right?
That's our new land development plan requirement.
Ah, that's right. It is. You're right.
Which took like 10 hours.
is there any other questions? know it's
I
just
have
a
a-
certificate of.
Real quick, just looking at the current property, that big old evergreen that's up front, is that gonna be removed?
The one that's on the north side or the one that's the huge tree on the west?
The west side.
That's a heritage tree for the city of Lawrence. We're not messing with that at all.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't even see the one on the north side, so I'm not really worried
Okay.
about that one. Is the one on the side of the property, I guess, on the north side, is that gonna be removed?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a 24-inch transmission line running through there for the city
Oh.
of Lawrence. So.
Gotta love it.
So you want low stuff under
Underwater.
Oh, for water, okay.
Yeah.
So there was a brief discussion in the presentation and in our packets about splitting the lot for a second property. Is that your plans? Is that potential? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Property line proposed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Got it. Okay.
And then when you go back to that original plat, it really was 2 lots right
Yeah,
there. They
that's-
just got combined over the years.
That's why I was asking if there's a second house in the plans. Okay. All right, is there any other questions? Okay. Guess we'll open it up for public comment. Thanks, Summer. Nobody? Okay. Well, any further discussion? Nope. Is there a motion?
Is the condition that the gable on the side of the house be brought down to match, or no?
I don't think so.
No. Okay, yeah. Are we? Yes, I will move that this proposed project meets the standards of review in Chapter 22 and the design criteria also in Chapter 22, and issue a certificate of approval for this project.
Second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Stan, you're
Yeah, I'm
gonna
going to leave.
abstain?
Are we actually doing miscellaneous items?
Yes, we are. I'm sorry.
I have to come back?
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick recess. I'm so sorry.
You didn't set the agenda, did you?
Last one. All right, number 6, HRC 260035 at 1541 Kentucky.
This is a very interesting project that I'm really pretty excited about. So I gave it a little bit of a different name instead of just new construction, because this is one of the things when people talk about infill construction, I like people to think about it. It's a little bit outside the box, and it meets most of the guidelines, but the guidelines it doesn't meet is because it's a unique outside the box kind of thought. So it is in the Oread Neighborhood Design Overlay District. It is in UC3, which is the medium density, where we're looking for more density than, say, like when we were looking at District 1 a few moments ago. This is the subject property. The green is the medium density, and you'll see it's right here. Like the project we just looked at, the platting on this property is pretty unique too, and I didn't put it in there, but it's in your packet. And it was all just one big lot that they built houses on over time without dividing the lots. So this is the existing house that is on the north side of the lot. This is the gravel area that's directly to the south. And so you'll see some of the cars parking back here. And so the new infill is not going to take up all the parking lot, but rather it's going to be a structure at the back of the lot. This is showing looking from the back of the lot toward the street. Oh, I did put it in here. Yay for me. Okay, so it was one big platted lot, but you can see it kind of developed in that typical city pattern of dwelling units with or without an accessory structure in a row of what would have probably been similar to 50 by... You know what I mean? It's late. Anyway, so they're not redividing or reconfiguring the lot or anything like that. They're just going to put a new structure back here to create that new infill development to increase density. So this is the layout that shows you what it's going to look like. This is that existing house I showed you. The gravel parking lot will hopefully be a little more organized. There is no change to the structure to the south, but they will still continue to share the shared access drive and have their parking off of it. And then back here is our great infill structure. It doesn't really look like an accessory structure, even though it's placed where an accessory structure may be, but it is a 2-unit dwelling, and it has its own architecture and definition, and really seems to add to this area. And when I was looking at this, if I can get past the huge parking lot that I struggle with a little bit, but that's existing. It's kind of making one of those courtyard areas like we talk about in the Oread design guidelines if you're going to have multiple units on one lot. So see, I told you it doesn't look like an accessory structure. It looks like a house. It looks like a dwelling unit. But you'll notice, even though it has 2 units, you only mainly primarily see the one front door. So here again, we're getting that density, but we're using the pattern so that this looks similar to other houses in the area as just a one dwelling. Again, they've done a great job with the windows, with them being taller than they are wide. They do have a porch. These windows are a little bit smaller, but when you look at the overall fenestration pattern, it really helps you give notice that this is contemporary construction with being compatible with the materials and the overall architectural style. This is the west elevation, and with most new construction, you don't get as many windows as you did historically, which is a shame. But other than that, it's a really good elevation. And then here we have on the north elevation, we've got quite a few windows and even a Juliet balcony. And then this is showing you the door for the second unit that you can't really see from the street. And then another Juliet balcony here, correctly proportioned windows. You've got the gabled roofs, even though there are multiple. You've got a shed roof for your front porch with piers with columns on them that you find in the neighborhood. So staff went through all the design guidelines, and those are in your staff report, and you'll notice that overall it does meet the majority of the guidelines, but there are some that it can't meet because it's the redevelopment of an existing lot and adding that density to the existing lot. For example, the parking lot is in front of the structure, which does not meet the Oread neighborhood design guidelines. But they're not really touching the parking lot or the structures on either side. They're just adding this unit at the back of the lot. Some of the setbacks, because it's set at the back of the property, it doesn't meet the front yard setback as designed in the Oread design guidelines. So staff is recommending that you approve the project and make note that the exceptions granted for not meeting the front yard setback, the parking location, the eave overhang, and the porch depth are due to the infill nature of the proposed project, and approve the project. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Well, maybe I should ask the applicant. Never mind.
Okay.
It is late.
Is the applicant here?
I have not a question, just a comment or just a quick correction, I guess, on the fourth page of this project under the project description. The address says 1041 Kentucky.
I'm sorry.
Good catch.
I figured it out, but yeah, just a quick fix.
We will get that fixed.
Yes. Nice catch. All right, is the applicant present?
Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, well, thank you for bearing it out with me here. Will Johnson, applicant and designer. Happy to answer questions you have.
Do you have a question on the east elevation?
Sure.
The two square windows on the projecting gable. Why are they not more similar to the paired window on the main elevation?
Yeah, because of the floor plan. So that's originally they were more similar to that. The owner elected to move the stairs, and so they are higher up and smaller to accommodate the stairs and the rise.
Got it, thanks.
Yep.
Yeah, I should have looked at that. Okay. There any other questions, comments?
It's great.
Well done. This is such a great example of what a good infill looks like. That is compatible with its context.
Thank you.
I had a question.
Sure.
Just about the parking. I understand there's no alley side parking, and otherwise it's just street parking. So I think having a parking lot is great.
It's existing.
It is already, so there's not going to be any like.
Yeah, there are no proposed changes whatsoever to the parking lot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Yep.
No, bravo.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any further, public comment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
To you.
Boy, you patient folks.
Well, he made me stay. I'm still Marcia Epstein, still live at 1041 Tennessee. So that's my neighborhood, man, and I think I hate that there's a parking lot in front of this big house, because it's gonna be, all those new houses even if they maybe aren't that much bigger than the other ones, they stand out, they are big, and then you're gonna just leave the same crappy parking lot in front of it. And that, in terms of the streetscape of the block, that's what I hate. I'm not criticizing the house, I'm saying, why not have the house in front and the parking in back, which is more normal?
Well, if I may.
Yeah, well, they have to tell you, it's not up to me.
Well, I mean, it is just it's a simple fact of the matter. I will tell you that we did look at trying to have the building towards the street to fit the context area better. The reality of this situation is that we functionally have 20 feet of buildable area between the existing structure and where we need to maintain access to, where you have to provide access to the rear of the property. And so unfortunately in this particular case, it's just not practical to have that parking in the back. Although certainly recognize that that is the ideal, and again, we did look at it, but it just in this case is not practical.
Maybe at some point they decide to improve the parking lot to like impervious pavers, so it just looks a little more like cobblestoney or.
I don't have a problem with impervious pavers, but what I have a problem with, and seriously, is people doing development, saying they're gonna do certain things about the parking, and then what happens is nobody enforces it, and they've got people parking in the yard, and that's exactly what it looks like, and then there's mud, or maybe there's a little bit of gravel. And I'm the person from the Oread who says the Oread is dumped on all of the time. The Oread has higher density than any place. And so why do we always have to sacrifice? And I understand it's a hardship, and I understand everybody's not there. You're only going to do what you have to do. But I just have to say out loud, I hate it, having a parking in between two houses, and then the big fancy house stuck back there.
Yeah.
So it's going to draw attention to the fact that why is there parking there? And your trash cans and shit. Trash and recycling, which is a big issue around where we live. That's going to be right there in front all the time too, because there's no place else, and the trash people have to be able to pick it up. It's just not neighborly.
Yeah. Hear ya, but
Okay.
there's just not much we can do about it tonight.
Right.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Thank you for your patience tonight.
So what kind of trash is there trash stuff on site?
I mean, so they would have their normal trash bins like every.
So there's no dumpster for the whole site or anything?
Is there anything in the guidelines about doing trash enclosures?
Yes. But these will have poly carts, right?
Yeah.
Will? Yeah.
Oh,
So you're going
Okay.
to see the carts, that's what she's saying.
yeah.
And you're not going to improve the gravel at this point?
To at this point, no.
Because that does seem like it should be part of the project to me, but I do think this is a good project and will look good. And I think this lot was owned by a neighbor in the next block, and they had a little playground there at some point, and I played basketball with my son there.
It's behind your house on Tennessee Street, right? That's why they use that, yeah.
Well, this is a fun one to end on. I'm going to bring it back to the commission unless there's somebody online. I sure doesn't look like it. Any other discussion, questions? Is there a motion?
Yeah.
Somebody want the cheat sheet?
I move that we find the proposed project
Go ahead. Sorry.
meets the intent of the development and design standards in the Oread Neighborhood Design Guidelines for the Oread Neighborhood Design Overlay District, and approve the project, noting the exceptions granted for not meeting the front yard setback, parking location, eave overhang, and porch depth due to the infill nature of the proposed project, and the fact that we still have to put those plastic things in front instead of in back.
Stick to your motion.
That's it. Right there.
I'll second
Due
that
to the
motion.
infill.
I'll third it.
All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously, 4-0.
Okay.
Oh, with one abstention.
Yeah.
Who's abstaining?
Stan, it's Stan's project.
No, we have our missing.
Oh, right.
Future discussion of historic resources.
Yes, I promise I will take you just 3.5 minutes.
We're gonna table the
So you
future.
can time it.
Let's table the future for the future.
You'll be done by the time he gets sat down.
I will. So as you know, we just had our 2-year anniversary of the adoption of the revised Chapter 22. And when we were going through that extensive public hearing process and adopting the chapter, one of the things we talked about was updating the bylaws. So we have 2 years under our belt. It's time to update our bylaws. And staff is working on those with our legal team. I had hoped to have a draft here, not to discuss tonight, but just so you can start thinking about it so we can look at them next month. But instead, I am going to place them on our website and send you a link, hopefully sometime in the next couple weeks. So you'll have plenty of time to start looking at them before the next meeting. And so what you'll want to do, the existing bylaws are online now, and then you'll have these revised bylaws. A couple of the big changes will be our bylaws will incorporate the information that the city commission set for all advisory boards. And they will also incorporate the changes that we made to the Architectural Review Committee. And the one thing that will come back next month as well is the marker committee has decided to set a calendar just like that. They're going to meet 4 times a year with a set date and location and time. And then when they meet, like you had tonight, you will have an action summary. And then if there are any graphics that need to go with it, it'll be on the agenda. Those will be open to the public, just like the ARC meetings. But most likely there will not be time for public comment at those meetings because they're typically working meetings. And since we're all volunteers on those boards, we're trying to be as sensitive to how much time we're eating up of people's lives doing committee work. So.
Awesome.
Which is a segue into my question. When will we hear an update on the 401 Indiana marker?
Okay, so one of the things that we just talked about is we are finishing up the rubric and making some changes to it. We have some copies of other programs that we're going to go through and try to design our program. And we also had 2 other marker requests that will need to go into the pipeline as well. So we're trying to get all that together, and as soon as we set the date, we will look at the rubric and those qualifications first, and then have an idea when we can follow through plugging the marker proposals in.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Cool.
Thank you.
I don't need a motion to adjourn.
But you got one.
Well,
All right, do we got a second?
I'll second it.
Sleepy.
There we go.
All
Thank
right,
you.
adjourned. Wow, 10:25.
It's been a long time since we've had